Chapter 357. That's right. Su Ku nodded calmly. Huang Song completely gave up. Talented people were everywhere, but his status was low. There was no way for him to attract talented people, let alone Lu Shi's son. However, even if he could not be recruited, he could treat him as a friend. Seeing that he was so bold, he should be a broad-minded person who did not adhere to the secular world. Thinking of this, the regret in Huang Song's heart calmed down a little. He continued to watch the farce. Jiang Pingji looked at the bruise on the fat man's left eye. Driven by her obsessive-compulsive disorder, she simply hit his right eye too. It was symmetrical. Bah, I can't give birth to a good-for-nothing son like you. If I give birth to you, you'll definitely be a wall-climbing sissy. Such ridiculing words made all the guests in the hall laugh. In terms of sarcasm, Jiang Pingji's words were really sarcastic, extremely sarcastic. You. Aren't you afraid of being torn into pieces? The fat man was called back to his senses by the laughter. He was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He mustered up the courage to threaten her. If you have the cheek to ask your father to come over, I don't mind beating him up too. Jiang Pingji was not joking. If the fat man really dared to shout, she really dared to beat him up. The fat man was so angry that his face turned red. Jiang Pingji felt that she was not angry enough and added another sentence. However, if that's really the case, you'll have to call me Grandpa when the time comes. As soon as this sentence was said, many people did not come back to their senses. They did not understand what she meant. Only Feng Jin, Feng Ju, and Su Ku were quick-witted. They understood the meaning behind it and almost choked on their own saliva. Huang Song was also quick-witted. He understood after a while. Jiang Pingji's words were very clear. She would beat the fat man up and ask him to call her father. If the fat man's father came, he would definitely be beaten up until he rolled on the ground and called her father. In that case, the fat man would become a grandchild and have to call Jiang Pingji Grandpa. These words were really sarcastic. Get lost. I never leave anyone alive when I fight. If it weren't for your fathers, your corpses would be cold. Jiang Pingji sneered and threatened him. If you go back and complain, go ahead. This young master would like to hear whether it is you or me who is in the right. Although the cause was Fang Pengzi and Huang Song's fight for the top spot in the tea house, in the end, Fang Pengzi actually wanted to strip Jiang Pingji naked and humiliate her. This was no longer a simple conflict. If things got out of hand, it would not be easy to resolve. You just wait for this young master. Fang Pengzi was casually thrown to the ground by Jiang Pingji. His butt landed on the floor of the hole. He felt as if his tailbone was about to break. He awkwardly covered his face with one hand and covered his aching face with the other. Before he ran away, he didn't forget to leave behind some harsh words. You're welcome to come again. Jiang Pingji waved her hand. There was no trace of fear on her face. The fat man's face turned purple from holding back his anger. He left in a sorry state under the protection of a group of hired thugs and servants. When Fang Pengzi was out of sight, Jiang Pingji wiped away the annoying smile on her face and resumed her usual coldness. Remember to compensate for the damage you've done to their place. These words were directed at Feng Jin. If it weren't for Feng Jin's brother, she wouldn't have suffered such an undeserved calamity. Feng Jin smiled gently and dignified. Huang Song, who was beside him, hurriedly said, Today's incident started because of me. The compensation should be paid by me. I'll get the servants to send it over later. How can I let second brother Feng suffer losses? Although Huang Song was the descendant of a eunuch, other than having a bad reputation, his life was more comfortable than anyone else's. In terms of pocket money, among everyone present, his private stash was the richest. Who is this? Jiang Pingji had been multitasking just now. She already knew Huang Song's background, but she still pretended not to know and asked despite knowing the answer. Huang Song introduced himself embarrassedly, "I'm Huang Song. If Lu Langjun doesn't mind, you can call me Bogeo." "Sure." Jiang Pingji nodded. Huang Song's eyes lit up. Compared to Feng Jin's gentle and distant attitude, Jiang Pingji didn't give him the feeling that she was unreachable. In other words, there was a chance to be friends. At that moment, Wuma Jun, who had been ignored by everyone for a long time, opened his mouth. "That young Lang Jun is the beloved son of Marquis Chen Zhen." Lanting humiliated him, so Marquis Chen Zhen won't let it go. Marquis Chen Zhen was actually General Fang, who controlled 100,000 imperial guards in Shangjing. What's there to be afraid of? If he has the guts to come and reason with us, we'll bring out the facts and reason with him. Who doesn't have a father in this day and age? Jiang Pingji snorted. Her last sentence of "competing for a father" made Wuma Jun swallow his unfinished words. Fong Pongzi had brought 20 to 30 fighters with him, but they couldn't beat him and were killed instead. If General Fong was shameless, he could go ahead and announce it. If he really wanted to cause trouble for her, Jiang Pingji didn't have to be afraid. Competing for a father was fine. Who didn't have a father? She had instigated Lu Shi to go to Chongzhou. The court then sent a new chief of Hu County to take over Hu County. It was a pity that Hu County was like an iron bucket under Lu Shi's governance. The people didn't accept the new boss. 3 years had passed, and Hu County was still under Lu Shi's control. The emperor hated the current situation, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Hu County was a delicious cake that could only be seen but not eaten. Who would feel comfortable? Now, the emperor wanted to use Lu Huan and Wuma Jun's marriage to get closer to Lu Shi and the royal family. He wanted to use the marriage of his children to slowly force Lu Shi to hand over Hu County. At this moment, General Fong was the emperor's dog. Why would he bite Jiang Pingji? Not only could he not bite her, but he also had to apologize to her afterward. Feng Jin held back his laughter. He almost couldn't maintain his gentlemanly appearance. "I haven't seen you for a few years, but you're still so sharp-tongued. I don't know who in this world can stand your temper. The world is so big. We can always find a matching pot. You don't have to worry about this." Jiang Pingji took her sandalwood fan and fanned herself. Suddenly, she thought of something and said, "I received your letter a few months ago. You said that Jingxian is 4 months pregnant. Now that I think about it, she should give birth in another 2 months, right?" Under Lu Shi's matchmaking, Feng Jin married Wei Jingxian in the end. In terms of the Feng family, Wei Jingxian's birth was a little low. However, considering that she was not a member of the royal family, the conditions were not too harsh. Feng Ren and his wife asked for Feng Jin's opinion on the candidate recommended by Lu Shi. Seeing that their second son was not against it, the marriage was decided. Feng Jin was indeed a good husband in this era. At least Jiang Pingji did not find any traces of another woman in him. This meant that Feng Jin's backyard was relatively clean. Other than his official wife, there were no other women in a mess. "Yes, my belly is getting bigger these few months. I vomit out whatever I ate last month. I'm so skinny. I feel nervous when I see it." It was Feng Jin's first time being a father. He usually looked calm, but in fact, he was very scared. In terms of the current medical standards, giving birth to a child was a trip to the gates of hell. One careless move could lead to 2 deaths. I heard from the elderly that the first child is not easy to give birth. To avoid accidents, it's better to hire a gynecologist and an experienced midwife to be on standby at home. It's better to prevent accidents. The Feng family was rich and imposing. They could afford to hire a maternity attendant for their daughter-in-law. Chapter 358. After Wuma Jun found an excuse to send Princess and Yaina away, Feng Jin suddenly sighed and spoke to Jiang Pingji. You shouldn't have come to Shangjing. The hustle and bustle downstairs gradually quietened down with Feng Pengzi's departure. The quiet and elegant atmosphere was restored. As soon as she entered the house, Jiang Pingji unceremoniously changed a new tea set for herself. She brewed a cup of tea and sipped it warmly. My father is far away in Chongzhou and has no time to attend my sister's wedding. I'm the only male in the family. If I don't come, who will? Feng Jin said, if that's the case, leave when you can after your sister's wedding. Jiang Pingji could not help but laugh. She said, you and I are considered old friends. Who would chase someone away the moment they meet like you? Feng Jin glanced at Jiang Pingji angrily, as if to say, if you don't listen to good people, you'll suffer. He laughed helplessly. All right, I won't chase you away. Is that okay? The two talked about the recent years, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Feng Ju, Huang Song, and Su Ku listened quietly. Occasionally, they revealed thoughtful expressions. Feng Ju was the most puzzled. He knew his elder brother's temperament very well. He seemed gentle and graceful, as if he could talk to anyone. In reality, Feng Jin was the coldest, alienated, and difficult to get close to. On the other hand, Jiang Pingji did not feel like a gentleman like the rumors said. Instead, she seemed to be rebellious. The two of them became good friends. It was a little out of place. Since the capital region is already so chaotic, why did you bring the whole family here? His wife was about to give birth. Feng Jin was really ambitious. The topic went around in circles and returned to the situation in Shangjing. Jiang Pingji thought of Wei Jingxin's pregnancy. Now that chaos was coming, why did Feng Jin come to Shangjing instead of taking his wife to have a good pregnancy in his hometown? If anything happened, he would not be able to get away even if he wanted to. Feng Jin smiled bitterly. He spread his hands and said, this is not something I can decide. Jiang Pingji was puzzled at first, but when she saw Feng Jin's expression, she vaguely understood something. Her starry eyes widened slightly. She asked, the situation has reached such a stage. What else? Feng Jin raised his eyebrows and asked. To put it bluntly, Feng Jin represented the Feng family as a hostage and lived in Shangjing to appease the emperor. The influence of the relatives of the emperor and the power of the eunuchs were the two biting dogs prepared by the emperor to deal with the aristocratic families. In the past few years, the emperor had become more and more muddle-headed, allowing the marriage between the northern borderline and Dongqing to go smoothly. This move made many aristocratic families sense a great change in the atmosphere. In order to protect their families, some people chose to continue to rise and fall in the officialdom, while others pretended to be defeated and slowly retired. Feng Ren's resignation was naturally the latter. However, the emperor did not trust the Feng family at all. Perhaps it was because of this reason that Feng Jin and his wife temporarily lived in Shangjing after the wedding and rarely went out. The situation in the capital region was getting more and more tense, and his wife's belly was getting bigger by the day. This put a lot of pressure on him. The two of them did not discuss this topic in detail. After all, Huang Song was still here, and some topics had to be avoided. After staying for a long time, Huang Song vaguely knew that he was not welcome, so he simply found an excuse to leave the tea house. Feng Ju stood up to send him off. Feng Ju said in a low voice, "Second brother has been under a lot of pressure these days. Don't take it to heart, Bogeo." Although Huang Song was the son of a eunuch and his godfather was the powerful Secretary Huang, Secretary Huang was rather special among the eunuchs. He was also deeply liked by the emperor and did things like selling official positions and titles, but he also secretly extended olive branches to the aristocratic families. Yes, Huang Song's godfather, to put it bluntly, was on the fence. He was on good terms with both sides and did not offend either. If not for this, Feng Zhu would not be friends with Huang Song. Huang Song shook his head, but his eyes kept glancing at the private room. He said in a low voice, "A few days ago, grandfather helped Song get a job. It's related to the guards in the capital region. If second brother Feng encounters any difficulties in Shangjing, feel free to look for me. I'll try my best to help if I can." Feng Zhu nodded secretly and accepted this favor. "I will talk to second brother about this. I thank you on behalf of second brother, Bogeo, for your kindness." After sending Huang Song away, Feng Jin was slightly relieved and spoke freely. Lanting really shouldn't have come to Shangjing now. Even if he had to find a lame excuse, he should have rejected it. Didn't Lanting notice that the emperor has been finding excuses to summon scholars from various clans to gather in Shangjing? Even the officials of the aristocratic families who are working outside have been summoned. I'm really terrified. Whether it was Jiang Pingji, Feng Jin, or Feng Zhu, the aristocratic sons in Shangjing were all hostages. Although the emperor had not revealed his true intentions, this move was enough to make people panic. He's already here. Can he escape in the middle of the night? Jiang Pingji rolled her eyes and snorted. Before coming to Shangjing, more than one person said the same thing to me, but I still came. I'd like to see what he's up to. Feng Jin had a headache. He silently mouthed, "The imperial guards are acting strangely. I'm afraid someone is trying to usurp the throne." Jiang Pingji's eyes turned cold. She instantly understood. The imperial guards were under the control of General Feng. General Feng was a relative who was promoted by the emperor. He was the emperor's confidant. If the imperial guards were to act strangely, it could be that the emperor wanted to attack the aristocratic families and force them to hand over their power. However, Feng Jin added, "I'm afraid someone is trying to usurp the throne." Then the imperial guards' actions were somewhat thought-provoking. Usurp the throne. The princes were fighting fiercely for the throne. Prince Changsho, who had become famous, was eyeing the throne covetously. It was really hard to say who the usurper was. In the end, this is just a show where the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Feng Jin had lived in Shangjing for a period of time. He had a clear understanding of the current situation. However, who is the mantis, the cicada, and the oriole? It all depends on one's ability. Lanting, listen to my advice. Be obedient these days. Put your own safety first. When this period is over, the situation should be clear. Su Ku heard Feng Jin's sincere and earnest advice. He could not help but look at him with a complicated expression. He had a feeling that this was not a good sign. Would he be slapped in the face by this flag? I know. Jiang Pingji agreed verbally, but only she knew what she was thinking in her heart. After all, the tea house was Prince Changsho's territory. Even if Jiang Pingji could guarantee that the conversation would be discreet, she did not want to talk about such an important topic in someone else's territory. Feng Jin understood. The two of them tacitly stopped the topic. At that moment, Feng Zhu returned to the private room. Feng Jin pursed his thin lips into a straight line when he saw his troublesome younger brother. He looked very displeased. Feng Zhu was completely oblivious to it. He laughed and sat down. You have to act according to your ability to save others. If you don't have the ability, you will bring trouble to others. Is this what the master at home taught you? Father doesn't like you to hang out with those people from all walks of life, but you don't. That Huang Song's heart is not pure. You call him brother, and today you almost caused trouble. Feng Jin frowned unhappily. He lectured in a flat tone, if Lanting was not present and helped you out, tell me, how do you want to end this? Feng Ju was not afraid of Feng Jin at all. He replied with a smile, I feel that Bogeo has a genuine temperament and is worth befriending. Chapter 359. Feng Jin took a deep breath and asked bluntly. Your so-called true temperament is to drag you down with me when I get into trouble. This annoying little brother of his should grow up a little. How could he count the money after being sold? Huang Song and Fang Pengzi led their men to fight each other. Regardless of whether they won or lost, both sides would have a sense of propriety. No lives would be lost. At most, they would just embarrass themselves. However, Huang Song shouted, Brother Ju, quickly come and save me. Feng Ju, who was supposed to stay out of this matter, was dragged into it. To put it bluntly, with Feng Ju's little bit of martial arts, he would only be sending himself to die if he went over. What help could he provide? Not only did Feng Jin dislike Huang Song for being a eunuch, but he also despised him for dragging Feng Ju into the mire. Just this action alone was enough for Feng Jin to defame Huang Song for a lifetime. Feng Ju did not speak. Feng Jin snorted coldly and asked, Don't be vague about the main point. Answer me. Without Lanting's help, how would you have ended up today? Third brother, this is Shangjing. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere. You are not allowed to act recklessly. When he thought of Fang Pengzi's previous request for a bet, he was so angry that his chest hurt. What made him even more upset was that Feng Ju had agreed to it immediately. This brat shouldn't have been released at all. Feng Ju, on the other hand, had a good temper. He smiled and said, Don't be angry, second brother. Bogeo won't let me be humiliated. After Feng Jin heard this, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression became strange and conflicted, like an overturned pallet. His fingers trembled, afraid that he would hear some strange words from his younger brother's mouth. Jiang Pingji could tell that the two brothers were talking the same language. She could not help but laugh. She coughed lightly to attract their attention. What Huijie wants to say is that Huang Song has the intention to rope him in. Regardless of whether it's a ploy to gain Huijie's trust, he will try his best to protect Huijie even if he is humiliated, Jiang Pingji explained, dispelling the terrifying thought in Feng Jin's mind. Feng Ju revealed a relaxed smile and nodded. That's right. Rather than saying that Huang Song had asked Feng Ju for help, it was more like Feng Ju was testing Huang Song to see how magnanimous he was. Even without Jiang Pingji's help, Feng Ju was confident that he could escape unscathed. His brother was worrying too much. Feng Jin had a lot to say, but he didn't know where to start. Feng Jin's face darkened. You shouldn't have dragged Lanting into this. What would you have done if you had not called out Lanting but some other innocent person? That Fong Langjun has always been a playboy. His actions can't be judged by common sense. Can you guarantee that everything is under control? It was one thing for him to scam his own brother, but now he even scammed his brother's good friend. Who taught such a brat? Feng Ju blinked uneasily and said with a faint smile, If I didn't recognize Brother Lanting, I wouldn't have messed around, would I? It was precisely because he had recognized it that he was fearless. Feng Jin understood what his younger brother meant. His heart was burning with anger. According to his words, if he recognized it, then he deserved to be tricked. You're the son of the Feng family, and he's merely the descendant of a eunuch. Huijie, what exactly do you want? He knew that his younger brother had a wide range of friends and did not care about family status, but Feng Ju's behavior gave him a bad feeling. Feng Jin criticized Huang Song's background, but Feng Ju did not comment. This in itself was Huang Song's shortcoming, and it was also a stain that could not be erased. Although what Feng Jin said was the truth, Feng Ju did not like his brother's habit of judging one's status based on one's family background. As they grew older, the contradiction and division between them became more serious. The founding emperor of Dongqing was an escaped slave, and he even worked as a coachman. The Feng family is also an official, but I don't see my brother saying anything about this. Suddenly, Feng Ju sneered, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to a freezing point. Were these two brothers preparing to fight? As the saying goes, one should not wash one's dirty linen in public. It was better to bring the naughty child home and teach him a lesson. Feng Jin suppressed his anger and returned to his usual calm and gentle self. He apologized to Jiang Pingji solemnly, thinking that he would deal with the naughty child when they got back. My youngest brother is naughty and mischievous. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Huaiyu, don't be angry. Huaijia is still young and insensible. He will be fine when he's older. Jiang Pingji did not take the matter to heart. She even had a good impression of Feng Ju. However, this brat really needed a beating. After a meeting, they parted on bad terms. After the Feng brothers left, Su Ku was still deep in thought. Jiang Pingji asked him, "Are you still thinking about Huaiyu and Huaijie?" Su Ku said, "A few years ago, I had a few conversations with Feng Langjun. He is not the kind of person who is fixated on family status." "Why is he now?" Jiang Pingji said, "First of all, people change. Huaiyu is now a young man, not an immature boy. How can his thinking remain the same? Secondly, he is not fixated on family status, nor does he look down on people who are not part of the aristocratic families. He just doesn't like Huang Song." Su Ku was stunned. "But just now, Xiaoyu, let's say you have a younger brother. In your eyes, this younger brother is still young and inexperienced, and he needs the protection of an elder brother." One day, a ruffian came from outside. He looked down on everyone from head to toe, but it was this kind of ruffian that made your brother think highly of him. As the elder brother, how could you feel good about it? Jiang Pingji explained with a faint smile, that ruffian was Huang Song. Su Ku was silent. As an only child, he did not understand the thoughts of a younger brother. Huaiyu does not approve of Huaijia and Huang Song's friendship. It is for the good of this younger brother. No matter how many olive branches Huang Song's godfather extended to the aristocratic families, whether they are neutral or fence-sitters, as long as the emperor is wary of the aristocratic families, Huang Song and Huaijia will stand against each other. What's the use of a close personal relationship? One may know a person's face but not his heart. Who knows what kind of person Huang Song is behind the scenes? Su Ku sighed after hearing that. In that case, Feng Langjun has put a lot of thought into it. However, he can't stand his younger brother's rebelliousness. Huaijia's first impression of Huaiyu is the strongest, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to change it. Moreover, Huaiyu is indeed prejudiced by family status. This is a common problem among the sons of aristocratic families, and it is also normal. In the eyes of others, Huaijia is a bit of a weirdo. Su Ku recalled what Feng Ju said before and nodded in agreement. It's just a pity, Jiang Pingji was suspicious. What's a pity? That Feng San Langjuan's temperament is compatible with you, Langjun. They were both rebellious. They were born into the aristocratic families, but they did not have a high sense of identity with their social class. They had strong self-awareness. Tisk, let's not. If I abduct Huaiyu's precious younger brother, do you think Huaiyu will hate me? Su Ku was silent. Thinking of Feng Jin's younger brother complex, he felt that it was hard to say. Jiang Pingji brought Su Ku around the night market. They bought big and small bags of gifts. Not only did they hang all over her hands, but they also hung a lot around her neck. Fong Pengzi, who had been beaten up by Jiang Pingji, limped home with the help of the thugs. Before he even stepped into the house, he was already bawling with tears and snot in his eyes. Chapter 360. On the other side, General Fong had just become a high-ranking official, and his wallet was filled up again. He hummed a tune and drank the tea happily. Just when he was so happy that he forgot himself, a ghastly wail and wolf howl exploded in his ears. Clang! His hand shook, and the teacup lid fell to the ground, and the tea stained his clothes. What's going on, my little ancestor? General Fong felt sorry for the exquisite tea set, but at the same time, he was troubled by the wailing outside. Children's debts, children's debts. Ever since he gave birth to this son, his head was full of lawsuits. General Fong despised this son, but at the same time, he loved him dearly. When he looked up, he saw a bloated fellow crawling in from outside the door. This scared General Fong. Go, 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 what demon or evil god? General Fong was so scared that he shrunk his neck. He was not to be blamed for being timid. The person's face was bruised and swollen, and there were 2 purplish circles around his eyes. There were 2 thin red bloodstains under his nostrils, and he looked like a small snake. Looking from afar, he looked like a bloated man with a pig's brain. This monster was speaking in a voice that he was very familiar with. General Fong was stunned. Wasn't this his son's voice? Father, your son's heart is bitter. Fong Pengzi struggled to push away the servant who was supporting him, and crawled to his father pitifully. At this moment, General Fong had to face the truth. This unlucky child who was beaten into a pig's head was really his son. Daddy's sweetheart, how did you become like this? He wanted to hold his son's face to see where he was hurt, but he didn't know where he touched the wound. Fong Pengzi grimaced in pain, and General Fong didn't dare to act rashly. Fong Pengzi's tears and mucus flowed down his face. Father, it's that damned Huang Song who bullied me again. General Fong was instantly enraged when he heard this. He flipped the tea table beside him with a slap. How dare you? How dare a eunuch's grandson touch my son? I want to ask, how did that eunuch Huang Tian teach his grandson? General Fong was so angry that he could not stop breathing. His own son was beaten by a eunuch's grandson, where could he put his face? Fong Pengzi continued to weep and wipe away the snot and tears on his face with his right hand. Father, it's not just Huang Song. There are other bastards. Fong Pengzi had always looked down on Huang Song. No one was more noble than the other, but he was the one who could become the disciple of a great scholar. Why? The 2 of them had their fair share of conflicts in private. Some of them had won, and some of them had lost. However, this was the first time they had suffered such a huge loss. Who else besides Huang Song? General Fong had a fierce face, and his palms, which were as big as a cattail leaf fan, were covered with thick calluses. Coupled with his burly and obese body and his fierce expression, he looked somewhat dignified. But everyone knew that General Fong was of humble birth. Before he became Marquis Qingzhen, he was a street peddler. Fong Pengzi said vaguely, "There's another kid. I don't know where he came from." General Fong was silent for a while. Although he felt sorry for his son, he was not blind. There was something wrong with Fong Pengzi's attitude. It was obvious that he was hiding something. This made him more cautious. He simply called his son's lackey over and asked him in detail. After a detailed inquiry, General Fong almost clutched his chest and breathed his last. Evil creature. Who asked you to provoke them? The Fong family of Shangyang was an existence that even the emperor was wary of. Who gave this kid the guts to do so? However, the Fong family had already retired. There was no one in the court, so there was no need to be too afraid. General Fong was not worried about the Fong family. He was worried about Lu Shi and Chongzhou. Fortunately, his son did not really bully Lu Shi's son. If he had really stripped Lu Shi's clothes, the whole of Dongqing would be turned upside down. Fong Pengzi was indignant. Did I get beaten up by Huang Song for nothing? You got beaten up. Can't you find a chance to fight back? Aren't you usually quite capable? General Fong was so angry that his beard curled up. Fong Pengzi was speechless. He had no problem sneaking up on Huang Song, but he really could not beat Zhang Pingji. If you don't get back at me, I'll look for my aunt to get justice for me. The aunt that Fong Pengzi mentioned was the Empress, the Crown Prince's mother. When General Fong heard this, he was infuriated. Outsiders did not know, but how could he not know? His sister did not come from a good family background and did not have outstanding looks. Ever since she gave birth to the Crown Prince, she did not have much love left. The Emperor was also greedy and lecherous. There was no shortage of young and beautiful women by his side. The old and fading Empress was invisible in the Emperor's harem. If the Emperor did not need to promote his relatives, the Crown Prince would still be alive. Perhaps the Empress would have been dethroned. Stop! You evil creature, come back here. Army General Fong stretched out his huge palm and directly dragged his son back, lest he really ran to the Empress to complain. I can't take this lying down. Fong Pengzi struggled. In the end, he simply sat on the ground and stretched out his legs to make a scene. You don't love me anymore. General Fong's expression turned purple from holding back his anger. In the end, he had no choice but to go to the Emperor to complain because he really felt sorry for his son. However, Fong Pengzi was one step too late. Huang Song was very cunning. He knew that this matter could not be solved easily, so he complained to his adoptive grandfather early on and explained everything clearly. The grandfather and grandson quickly finalized a plan. They gave the Emperor a heads-up in advance and pushed the blame to Fong Pengzi. As mentioned before, the Emperor liked eunuchs more than relatives who had a big appetite. In his opinion, this was just a small matter. Wasn't it normal for two juniors to have a conflict? Secretary Huang had just given the heads-up when General Fong went to the palace to complain. This behavior made him very unhappy. In terms of figuring out the Emperor's will, how could General Fong compare to Huang Tan, who served the Emperor? In the end, the father and son of the Fong family were disgraced. Huang Song had achieved a small victory, but his friend Feng Zhu did not have it so easy. Feng Jin would not make a scene, nor would he scold him. However, he would stare at him coldly and exert mental pressure. Under such cold violence, Feng Zhu gradually could not sit still anymore. What's so good about Huang Song? Feng Jin opened his mouth slowly when the hot tea was cold. You and I both know that the 9 states and 5 countries will not be stable for many years. We don't know when the world will be in chaos and heroes will rise. But tell me, what capital does Huang Song have to compete? More importantly, what capital did Huang Song have to make Feng Zhu look favorably on him? Brother, you have a better future by yourself than by investing in Huang Song. Speaking of connections, Huang Song's adoptive grandfather was a eunuch. He had more enemies than friends in the court. Speaking of money, Huang Tan had made a lot of money by selling official titles. Otherwise, he would not have been able to buy an official position for Huang Song at such a high price. But did the Fong family lack money? Speaking of official positions, Huang Song was the patrol officer of Shangjing, which was bought at a high price. It sounded nice, but his duties were similar to those of urban management. He was only in charge of trivial matters. Speaking of fief, there was no need to consider this question. Feng Ju wanted to dodge it, but Feng Jin would not let him go so easily. Chapter 361. Connections, wealth, status, official title, territory. In Feng Ju's opinion, these were all external things. If one managed them well, they would naturally be there. A low starting point did not mean that one was destined to fail. If the person one was loyal to was a pig, even if one earned mountains of gold and oceans of silver, it would all be wasted in the end. On the contrary, if one had a godly teammate, even if one was poor, one would still succeed in the end. Feng Ju knew this very well. When choosing people, one did not look at the other party's conditions, but only at their temperament and ability. Seeing that Feng Ju intended to discuss in detail, Feng Jin restrained his negative emotions and maintained a fair and objective attitude. What do you mean? Feng Ju said, I've tested Bogeo a few times. Other than his slightly criticized background, he has no other shortcomings. He has the heart to stabilize the country, and he also has a heart to pity the people. He is not restricted by family background when choosing people, and he does not have the problem of being headstrong and self-opinionated. I think he is quite good. Now that the world was rotten to the core, the only way was to rebuild and reshuffle all the forces. Taking advantage of the chaotic world, they could promote a bold and loving ruler. Only then could they usher in a truly prosperous era. Otherwise, the world would just have a different surname. Feng Ju had a good plan, and Feng Jin could understand his desire, but he still laughed coldly and poured cold water on his younger brother. Now that Huang Song is poor, his true temperament is still uncertain. Other than his mouth, what else does he have? As long as he understands what you like, what can't he say? Feng Jin was sullen. Even if Huang Song was indeed a good candidate, he should not have decided so early. At least he had to wait and see. You said that Huang Song has many merits, but in my opinion, he is not as reliable as Lanting. Feng Ju frowned. Although he had heard his elder brother mention Jiang Pingji, such praise was rare. Elder brother, you think highly of him? Feng Ju asked. Although he had different views from his elder brother, he trusted his brother's judgment. If even a picky person like Feng Jin said it was good, there must be no problem. Feng Ju did not know much about Lu Shi. Putting aside his character and temperament, his external conditions were indeed much better than Huang Song's. He was born into an aristocratic family, and his father, Lu Shi, was the governor of Chongzhou. He had a ready-made territory. Even if Chongzhou was close to the three tribes of the northern borderline, the terrain was steep, and it was near strong enemies, it was still considered a place to settle down and have a foundation. Not only that, but Lu Shi had also studied in Langyi for 3 years, which was a famous institution of higher learning in the world. No matter how Lu Shi's results in the academy were, after 3 years, he had been gilded with a layer of gold. Not to say that he was knowledgeable, but at least he was better than Huang Song, who was half illiterate. When the two of them were put side by side, Huang Song did not have the slightest ability to resist in terms of external conditions. Feng Jin's expression froze. After a while, he understood the hidden meaning behind his brother's question. After a long time, he shook his head. Lanting is not that ambitious. It's impossible. Lu Shi was indeed a good person. Everything about him was good, except for his gender. He was born a girl. Feng Jin was not bound by the prejudice of the world, but he had never thought of letting a woman ascend to the throne. It was simply unbelievable. Feng Ju instinctively felt that his elder brother was lying, but he also understood Feng Jin's attitude. A long journey tests a horse's stamina, and time reveals a man's heart. It's better to be cautious about this kind of thing that will cost you your life. Feng Jin's expression softened a lot, and he advised his younger brother, I'm not stopping you, nor am I biased against Huang Song. I just hope that you can be more cautious about this kind of thing. The world is not completely chaotic yet, and it's still too early to make any plans. Why not watch from the sidelines and wait for the situation to change? To put it bluntly, it was still too early to get involved. Feng Zhu pursed his thin lips, and his hands on his knees slightly clenched. His heart was full of struggle. Apart from this, if you think that Huang Song is a worthy friend, then treat him as an ordinary friend. Don't get too involved. It was better to let it go. His younger brother was a stubborn brat. The more Feng Jin tried to stop him, the more he might do something extreme in a moment of hot-headedness. He might completely run to Huang Song's boat and not get off. Instead of that, it was better for both sides to take a step back. Starting with a friend who could get along as an equal would also give Feng Zhu more time to think about Huang Song's character and carefully consider his own future. I understand. Feng Zhu sighed softly. His relationship with Huang Song was not so good that they could wear the same underwear. Naturally, his brother was more important. As the two brothers spoke, a series of slow but heavy footsteps came from afar. After a while, a gentle female voice was heard. "Husband, what are you talking about? Why are you so intimate?" A few years had passed, and Wei Jingxian, who was already a wife, was no longer as immature as before. Her eyes were gentle and full of the charm of a mature woman. Now, he had a big belly, and his whole face was a lot more plump. He looked more plump than before. Pregnancy was tough, but she had a good mentality. The servant took good care of her, so she was more energetic than before. Feng Jin looked at her belly, and his eyebrows twitched. He quickly got up and went forward to support her. He was also afraid. Every time he saw her big belly, he felt his whole body heavy, and his nerves could not help but tense up. "Second sister-in-law, come and control second brother." Feng Zhu bowed and waited for Feng Jin and his brother to sit down before sitting down again. He complained half-truthfully, "Second brother and I haven't seen each other for a long time. We should be catching up with each other, but he just won't let go of his studies and wants to test us." Wei Jingxian pinched her handkerchief and covered her mouth with a chuckle. "Husband often says that youngest brother is talented and smart, but he may not be able to test you. Second sister-in-law is really good at talking. It's comfortable to hear. Unlike second brother, who only reprimands and reprimands." Feng Jin glared at him, and the two brothers exchanged a few glances. As they grew older, the relationship between Feng Jin and Feng Zhu gradually became tense. Wei Jingxian found out not long after she married into the family, but she could not say much due to her identity. She could only try to ease their relationship. "I've prepared some light wine and dishes. I wonder if husband and youngest brother will do us the honor. You're heavy. You can leave these small things to the servants in the future. You don't have to do it yourself." Feng Jin urged her earnestly, but whether Wei Jingxian was willing to do it or not was not something he could decide. They brewed tea, boiled wine, and drank 2 cups with exquisite dishes. The two enjoyed the meal and temporarily forgot about what happened just now. Feng Zhu secretly looked at the heavy second sister-in-law, then looked at second brother, who was frowning slightly. His heart softened. It was better for him to listen to his second brother's advice and observe the situation from the sidelines for now. The sky was dark. Feng Zhu stayed in the guest room, and Feng Jin and his wife also prepared to sleep. Before going to bed, Feng Jin suddenly thought of something. "It's the wedding of the 4th prince and the daughter of the Lu family's concubine. It's reasonable for us to give them a small gift." Wei Jingxian touched her belly and did not react for a moment. Feng Jin said again, "The daughter of the Lu family's concubine is Lanting's sister." Although they were not relatives, Feng Jin and Lu Shi were good friends, and he was also a friend with Wu Ma Jun, so he should give him a gift. Chapter 362. The governor of Lu province is busy. As the second son, Lanting has to send his sister off. Feng Jin turned around and sighed. But she shouldn't have come at this time. I don't know if she can get out of this mess. Wei Jingxian wanted to say something but stopped. The room was dark, so Feng Jin didn't notice the hesitation on her face. He didn't hear Wei Jingxian's reply for a long time. He reached out and touched her tight belly. Is the child bothering you again? They had been married for 2 to 3 years. He knew Wei Jingxian's stubborn temper. When she was still young, her legs would always cramp at night. She didn't want to disturb his rest, so she gritted her teeth and endured it. Toward such a wife, Feng Jin loved and respected her, and the relationship between the two steadily improved. No. I just suddenly thought of the past and felt a little emotional. Past. Feng Jin rarely heard his wife talk about the past. He smiled and asked, is it related to Lanting? Wei Jingxian secretly bit her lips with a troubled look on her face. She didn't know that Feng Jin already knew Lu Shi's gender. Even if Feng Jin and Lu Shi were friends, she was Lu Shi's former fiancé. She had been engaged since she was a child. Wei Jingxian couldn't figure out Feng Jin's attitude towards this matter, so she had always avoided mentioning Lu Shi. Wei Jingxian hesitated and tried to sound calm. Yes, it's related. I loved to eat when I was young, so I was round and a little fat. But I was naughty and couldn't calm down. I wanted to avoid the maids and play everywhere. One day, when no one was looking, I climbed up the pear tree outside the courtyard. I climbed up but couldn't get down. I cried for a long time. Feng Jin smiled. And then? I don't know if it's because children are similar in nature. The maids looked for me and almost cried, but Lanting found me. I was worried that I would be punished by the elders in the family, so they didn't let me ask the adults for help. But I didn't dare to go down. I couldn't do anything, so she said she wanted to be my cushion. She said she would take responsibility if I fell. Wei Jingxian smiled mischievously. Madam must have been very cute when you were young. What happened after you jumped down? Was you safe and sound? Since it was round and smooth, it must have hit Lu Shi when it jumped down. Thinking of that scene, Feng Jin felt inexplicably pleased. Wei Jingxian said, I'm fine, but Lanting's muscles and bones have been hurt. Feng Jin held back his laughter and teased, if that's the case, should prepare a small gift for Lanting tomorrow to thank her for her kindness. Wei Jingxian was startled. She thought that Feng Jin was angry, but he didn't sound angry at all. She probed and said half-truthfully, could it be that my husband is jealous? Feng Jin asked suspiciously, why should your husband be jealous? He was jealous of a girl. Was he that kind of person? No. At this moment, Feng Jin's smart brain realized that the couple was talking about the same thing. He could not help but laugh. Wei Jingxian was also dumbfounded. She didn't understand what was so funny about her words. Go to sleep. It's rare that the child isn't bothering you. Have a good sleep. Feng Jin kept his smile and did not explain to Wei Jingxian. The couple did not speak for a night and slowly fell asleep. Nowadays, Shangjing was in a state of panic. The ordinary people did not know the inside story and continued to live ordinary lives. It was as if they were living in a peaceful era. The intrigues of the nobles did not affect them at all. Only those with a keen sense of smell could discover the undercurrents under the calm surface. It was not until Wuma Jun's wedding that the calm surface began to show a slight, invisible crack. Apart from the wedding of Princess Yaina and the second prince a few years ago, this wedding was a rare joyous occasion for the Dongqing royal family. The gimmick of a royal wedding was very attractive to the audience in the live streaming room. Waha milk, #rubbing face. It's the streamer's sister getting married. Why am I so nervous as if it's my own wedding? Inyang Kuaishin, the person above feels the same. I'm very nervous too. The streamer did not attend the second prince's wedding. Now that the person getting married is the streamer's sister, she can watch the ancient royal wedding in person. If she watches it, it's the same as us watching it. There was no feudal empire in the audience's dimension. The royal family was an unfamiliar word to the ordinary people. With their limited imagination, they could not imagine how grand an empire's wedding would be. During the few days when her sister was getting married, Jiang Pingji was very low-key. She stayed in the residence most of the time and only went out to visit a few times. Most of the people she visited were Lu Shi's friends in the officialdom. The content of the conversation was also boring and had no nutritional value. It was like the calm before the storm. As the date of the wedding approached, the atmosphere in the whole of Shangjing became more and more strange. Early that morning, Jiang Pingji started the live streaming. 150,000 viewers flooded in instantly. With Taksha's help, Jiang Pingji washed her hands carefully and put on a festive dress. She glanced at the bullet screen in the live streaming room and smiled faintly. Host V, am I handsome? As soon as she posted the bullet screen, her fans responded one after another. Various amounts of gifts flowed in like water. Therefore, Jiang Pingji, who was elegant and more handsome than the groom, was ready to go. She picked up the sandalwood fan in her hand and prepared to make things difficult for the groom. The wedding customs in Dongqing were like that. If the groom wanted to marry the bride, he had to go through 81 difficulties. In the words of the audience in the live streaming room, it was actually making trouble for the groom. However, compared to the vulgar behavior that the audience in the live streaming room complained about, making trouble in the current era was very elegant and difficult. Jiang Pingji chose a good angle. The audience in the live streaming room was dumbfounded. Dora aiming, I always feel that if the single men went to the era of the host, they were destined to be single for the rest of their lives. There were many obstacles. Not only did they test the 4 arts, but they also required the groom to recite poetry, dance, and play with ink. They taught him about the classics and history. Because Wuma Jun was a prince, it was inevitable that he would go easy on the groom. These tests were set in advance. He had the strategy. No matter how difficult or tricky the questions were, he could solve them easily. The high-spirited Wuma Jun had passed through many obstacles. His elegant demeanor and excellent literary talent had left a good impression on him. Every time he passed a challenge, there would always be people cheering and praising him. If one did not know better, one would think that Wuma Jun was the reincarnation of Wenxiu Xing. Jiang Pingji was in charge of the last challenge. The luxurious and exquisite house behind her was the place where Lu Huan would get married. Only with Jiang Pingji's permission could Wuma Jun escort the bride away. That was the most exciting moment of the wedding. Lanting, please. Wuma Jun was not interested in Lu Huan. After all, she was young and her bones had not even developed. What was interesting about her? Chapter 363. Jiang Pingji nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and said sadly, my sister is spoiled at home, so it's inevitable that she'll be a little willful. Zhengze, if you marry her, please forgive her. Now that the auspicious moment is here, I won't be the bad guy. I just need you to promise me one thing, that you'll treat her the same for the rest of your life, regardless of her status. If you promise me this, as her brother, I'll be at ease and entrust her to you. Wuma Jun solemnly bowed and said, don't worry, Lanting. I'll never let her down for the rest of my life. That's good. Jiang Pingji turned to the side, her eyes filled with reluctance. Wuma Jun was secretly happy, he had passed this hurdle. Even though she didn't make things difficult for Wuma Jun, her concern for his sister's lifelong happiness still moved many people. Even if they didn't say anything on the surface, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. What a good heart. It was normal for an older brother to dislike his brother-in-law, but would his sister be happy if he kept making things difficult for his brother-in-law? His brother-in-law was broad-minded, so he naturally wouldn't mind his brother-in-law making things difficult for him. If his brother-in-law was narrow-minded, he might implicate his sister. The wedding had already progressed to this stage, so it was impossible to go back on it. No matter how his brother-in-law made things difficult for him, his sister was already his. Instead of racking his brains to make things difficult for him, it was better to earnestly instruct his brother-in-law. With such imagination, Jiang Pingji's image as a good brother suddenly became three-dimensional. The audience in the streaming room watched the scene on the screen and couldn't help but complain. Lo Siji Lianming, ha ha ha, if I didn't know the inside story, I might have really been fooled by the streamer's acting. What good brother. This guy is simply a beast in human form, okay? Mai has a voice, although I know it's fake. I give 82 points for the streamer's performance just now and give the rest to her in the form of 666. Even though I know she's showing off her acting skills, I still feel that this is a good brother who thinks for his sister. He can't help but let his sister get married, but he has to bear the pain and think for his sister's sake. He can only watch helplessly as the outsider takes away the soft and fragrant girl. Can hear the voice not, bah, your imagination is too good. The host is obviously a hypocrite wearing a white lotus, but in your imagination, she is a cute siscon. The shameful thing is, I actually believed in your nonsense. Jiang Pingji did not care about the ridicule that flooded the bullet screen. She stared blankly at Lu Huan, who was being supported by the matron of honor. Dongqing's wedding attire was different from what the audience in the live streaming room knew. Although the surrounding attire was a festive red, the groom's wedding attire was a very heavy black. The bride's wedding attire was mainly green and purplish. The clothes were layered, and the colors were from the inside to the outside, from light to dark. Due to the different status of the newlyweds, there was a strict classification of wedding clothes. The Empress was the most precious. There were a total of 18 levels, and the colors and patterns of each level were strictly regulated. As the princess consort of the prince, Lu Huan's wedding dress was only lower than that of the Empress and the crown princess. Her rank was higher than that of the princess, and she had to wear a total of 12 layers. Nowadays, there were no phoenix coronets and robes that the audience in the live streaming room was familiar with. There was also no such thing as a red veil. However, when Lu Huan carefully walked out, Jiang Pingji clearly saw that the bullet screen in the live streaming room had all turned into exclamation marks. Hairpins, ornaments, each of them had 12 as their number. Her ink-like hair was tied up high and adorned with a gorgeous jade crown. Perfect flowers carved from jade adorned her hair. She was as charming as a real flower that had just been plucked from a branch. The pearls and jade on her head were dazzling. Some of the more knowledgeable audience members wanted to take a screenshot of the scene and zoom in to take a closer look at the ornaments on Lu Huan's head. Every time he recognized one of them, his heart would twitch. Finally, some of the audience members lamented. How is this a wedding? This is simply putting the most precious thing on her head, and it's so beautiful. Ingyang Kuaixian, I really want to hold a wedding like this. I wonder if Taoyang will release a luxurious wedding package after today's live streaming. If there is, I must drag my boyfriend to take a photo of it. I feel that it's more pretentious than a wedding dress. Can hear the voice not, Taoyang is omnipotent. After Suka's wedding, one of Taoyang's wedding stores immediately released the same package. I checked the sales later. It's selling 45,000 sets a month. It's really popular. Jiang Pingji's sharp eyes saw the contents of the bullet screen. She secretly raised her eyebrows. A businessman is indeed a businessman. He's good at grasping business opportunities. Lu Ciji Lianming, that wedding company. The simplified version costs $99.99. I saw the customer's reply and I almost died laughing. Look at how beautiful Su Ku and Xuanmei are. They will be together forever. But the buyer's show is simply a joke between a married couple. At this time, another audience member ridiculed. Grapevine Jiazi Dolai, I agree with the person above. Do you know how expensive the wedding ornaments on the streamer's sister's head are? I'm in this line of work. Calculating the current market price, it's at least in the hundreds of millions. How can Taonyang's imitations, which cost a few dollars, be auctioned off for hundreds of millions? That's just the headwear. It doesn't include the cost of the wedding dress. Even so, there were still some greedy audience members who went to search for Taonyang. When the keywords were entered, a few pages of information immediately popped up. Unbeknownst to Jiang Pingji, this strange streaming room had created a huge storm in their dimension. Many industries had been born and many unemployed people had been saved. Of course, after these people became rich, they did not forget to reward Jiang Pingji. The streaming room was noisy. Jiang Pingji saw that there were too many bullet screen comments. She simply blocked them for a while. She raised her hand and took Lu Huan's hand. In the future, you will marry into the royal family and live a good life. If you suffer any grievances, you must tell your brother, Jiang Pingji said sadly. Her tone was a little choked and full of reluctance. Those who heard it were very touched. Lu Huan was vigilant, but she also knew that she could not undermine Jiang Pingji. She bowed to Jiang Pingji. Her eyes were filled with tears. Brother, take care. Facing Jiang Pingji, who was an Oscar winner, Wu Ma Jun and Lu Huan were at most popular actresses who had won the Newcomer Award. Their acting skills could be seen at a glance. Especially when Jiang Pingji was showing off her acting skills at that moment, and Lu Huan was absent-minded. Naturally, she was at a disadvantage. A royal wedding was naturally different from an ordinary one. If it was an ordinary person, the procedure would take a long time, but Wu Ma Jun was a prince. He had the upper hand. He easily welcomed the bride, Lu Huan, onto the luxurious wedding sedan that was carried by 8 people. He then mounted the horse in high spirits. Although the scale of the wedding was not comparable to that of Princess Anyina, the bride, Lu Huan's dowry was talked about enthusiastically by the people of Shangjing. 10 miles of red makeup, it lived up to its name. There were 100 tables of banquets in front of the 4th prince's residence. There was a dazzling array of seafood, delicacies, and exotic fruits. Although the cuisine in ancient times was not as developed as in the streaming room, they had sufficient ingredients. In their world, the protected wild animals, national protected animals, and world-class protected animals. In this era, as long as it was edible, it could all be served on the table. Coupled with the meticulous cooking of famous chefs and all kinds of lifelike carvings, it was simply gorgeous. There were 100 tables of banquets. As a member of the bride's family, Jiang Pingji naturally had to be treated as a distinguished guest. Chapter 364. Lang Jun, you can't bear to part with the second Nyangzi. Su Ke had already left his lowly status and found a seat in the corner as Lu Shi's right-hand man. He was eating delicious food. Seeing Jiang Pingji's unhappy expression, he was afraid that she would do something against the rules, so he secretly tested her. Why would I be reluctant? Jiang Pingji glanced at him and said, I just suddenly remembered something. A few years ago, the second prince and the princess of the northern borderline got married, and Shangjing was just as lively. It was a world of ice and snow, and 100 banquets were held. The atmosphere was heated. Now that I think about it, it coincides with today's scene. Su Ke was silent. Of course, he knew what happened that year. Shangjing had a severe snowstorm, but the wedding of the second prince and the princess of the northern borderline was still lively. 100 banquets were held for 9 days and 9 nights, but almost no one touched the food. In a world of ice and snow, the food was not tasty when it was cold. Not far away, people starved to death. The back of the second prince's mansion was full of food and buckets of swill. Thinking about these things, it would be strange if his Lang Jun could be happy. The 100 banquets were supposed to be a joyous occasion for the whole city, for the people, for the celebration of the new couple. In fact, ordinary people could not even get close to it, let alone sit at the table. Lang Jun, today is the second Nyangzi's big day. Even if you sigh, you should be happy. After being interrupted, Su Ku suddenly lost his appetite to eat. Like Su Ku, the bridegroom also lost his appetite. Wuma Jun was forced to drink 2 glasses of wine as a gesture. He walked into the bridal chamber with a faint smell of alcohol. Night had fallen, but when he looked at the bride sitting by the bed, with her young face and dry body, he could not arouse any sexual interest at all. The maid helped Lu Huan wash off her makeup and remove her heavy headwear. Without the concealment of heavy makeup, her face looked even more youthful and tender. Even if her facial features were very good and one could tell at a glance that she was a beauty with unlimited potential in the future, Lu Huan was still too young. She looked like an unripe fruit. How could she be eaten? Wuma Jun was unwilling, but that was the wedding procedure. Not wanting to consummate their marriage was akin to slapping the bride in the face. If Lu Huan's family found out, who knew what kind of rumors would spread? Lu Huan timidly glanced at her husband, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Wuma Jun was not a gentleman, but he was very thick-skinned. He was the best at deceiving ignorant girls. The two of them drank the nuptial wine. Even though the alcohol content of the wine was not high, Lu Huan felt a little dizzy. Her whole body felt as if she was walking on cotton, light as a feather. Wuma Jun secretly frowned, his pursed lips tightened. According to the customs of the royal family, some drugs would be added to the nuptial wine to help the newlyweds get rid of their shyness and unfamiliarity so that they could enter the bridal chamber. Lu Zhai could not taste it, but Wuma Jun, who had been through hundreds of battles and was not afraid of meat or vegetables, could taste it. Wuma Jun said considerately, "You must be hungry. Let's eat something before we settle down." Although Lu Huan was young, being young had its own taste. Anyway, he was not the one who was at a disadvantage. Lu Huan's ears heated up. She shyly nodded and secretly tightened her grip on a bottle in her sleeves. She had asked someone to secretly search for this thing in the little slut Huijuan's room. Huijun was mysterious and took this thing very seriously. Lu Huan, who had persecutory delusions, thought that this was something Huijun used to harm her. However, after the doctor examined it, he said that it was a pregnancy aid medicine. Lu Huan did not believe it and secretly invited a few doctors to examine it. The conclusion they came to was the same. It was harmless to the body. Many precious medicines were used to help a woman get pregnant. At first, Lu Huan did not want to use this thing, but she could not help but be tempted. After that, she quietly ground some medicinal powder and mixed it with food. After a few transfers, she gave it to a woman who did odd jobs. She had been married for 3 years and had been abandoned by her husband. Her status in the family was worrying. Lu Huan ordered her trusted servant girl to secretly bribe a cook. The cook took advantage of the night to secretly defile the woman. After a month, she actually had a pulse of pregnancy. This all happened on the way to Shangjing. It was done secretly and carefully, so it did not arouse suspicion. Lu Huan was determined to capture her husband's heart and gain a foothold in the fourth prince's residence. Naturally, she valued children. When she was having breakfast this morning, she had already secretly consumed the easy pregnancy pill and gotten someone to send Hui Jun some food mixed with cold elements. In this way, she did not believe that she would not be able to give birth to a son before Hui Jun. Lu Huan and Wuma Jun ate some food. She said charmingly, "It's late. Husband, do you want to settle down?" Perhaps it was the nuptial wine that had taken effect. Wuma Jun felt his whole body heat up. He nodded in agreement and carried her to the wedding bed. After a round of sex, the medicinal effect in Wuma Jun's body had subsided. He got up and called for the servants to prepare hot soup. He looked at Lu Huan, who was sleeping soundly in his arms with traces of tears on her face. He secretly pouted. Her shriveled body was like a man's. "Your servant will serve your highness as you bathe." Wuma Jun was feeling that this wedding night was extremely boring. A refreshing fragrance wafted into his nose, causing his abdomen to tighten. When he listened carefully, the woman's voice seemed to be scratching his heart. It was itchy and made his heart tremble. Come in," Wuma Jun answered vaguely. A graceful figure walked out from behind the curtain with a basin of water in her hands. Her steps were light and graceful. Her clothes were clean and neat, and there was not the slightest bit of extra embellishment in her hair. She was like a beautiful lotus flower standing in the cool breeze, but her starry eyes were captivating, as if they could hook away one's soul. Her plump lips were red without any makeup, making one want to lean forward and taste them. "What's your name?" The other party seemed to be confused by the rude question. She lowered her head and said timidly, "Your servant's name is Hui Jun." "Good name." Wuma Jun's eyes were glued to her full and perky chest. He asked again, "Are you a servant girl in the residence?" "No, your servant is the second Nyangzi, the fourth imperial concubine's dowry." Towards the end, she was practically biting her lower lip as she spoke. A dowry girl had the duty to serve the male master. After Wuma Jun heard this, his eyes lit up. However, he was a hypocrite. He could not hug her directly. Instead, he put on airs and asked, "Why haven't I seen you before?" Hui Jun said, "Tonight is the wedding night of your highness and the imperial concubine." At the mention of this, Wuma Jun was in a slightly bad mood. However, when he thought of the peerless beauty in front of him, his lower abdomen could not help but tighten. "Come here and help me bathe." "Yes." Hui Jun soaked a towel in hot water. Just as she was about to help him wipe his back, he suddenly grabbed her wrist. Wuma Jun felt as if he was grabbing a soft and boneless hand. The skin was smoother and smoother than a peeled egg. As the two of them got closer, the seeping fragrance became clearer. Chapter 365. Wuma Jun did not pretend to be a gentleman. He directly dragged her into the bathtub and engulfed Hui Jun's cries of surprise and protests. That night, he truly knew the wonderful feeling of yin and yang harmonizing. Even his soul was trembling. He seemed to have unlimited energy. He tossed and turned Hui Jun. He could not enjoy himself to his heart's content. He wished he could die on top of her. When the sky brightened, he could only regretfully hug the exhausted person and kiss her gently. He lamented that the night was too short. Hui Jun lay in his arms like a puddle of water. She looked tired, but her body was not so tired. She even felt refreshed. It was only then that she understood why her Lang Jun said he could make her a beauty who brought disaster to the country. She was a prostitute, but she was like a virgin last night. She even deceived Wuma Jun, who had experienced hundreds of battles. She should have hated the matter between men and women, but after the clouds and rain stopped, she only felt comfortable all over, as if she had been greatly nourished. Last night was supposed to be a good night for your highness and the princess consort. But your highness and I fooled around. If the princess consort knew, Hui Jun frowned worriedly. Her eyes seemed to bear thousands of words that she had not finished. Wuma Jun said, "Don't worry. It's only right and proper for you to serve me. If she's jealous, she's not magnanimous." Hui Jun was still worried, but she nodded obediently. When Wuma Jun saw this, his heart burned with lust again. His hands could not help but move everywhere. In the past, he thought that Yaina was a great woman. She used all kinds of tricks to serve him until he was on cloud 9. She was bold and unrestrained when it came to matters between men and women. She was very compatible with him. Now that he thought about it, compared to the peerless beauty in front of him, Princess Yaina was like a broken bag on the ground that was leaking air in all directions. The feeling that had once fascinated him had also become nauseating. Hui Jun could make him anxious and furious without doing anything. If she was willing to give in and cooperate with him, and whisper softly, he would be as happy as a deity. One could imagine that the two of them could not help but fool around for a while. The sun was high in the sky. Lu Huan woke up from her beautiful dream. Her side was already cold. She supported her tired body and asked eagerly, "Where's your highness?" Her trusted maids had ugly expressions on their faces. They knelt down one after another, not daring to speak. Lu Huan had a bad premonition. When she received the news that Wuma Jun had given Hui Jun the biggest courtyard besides the main courtyard, her ashen face was almost twisted into a ball. Her newly grown nails were broken again. She was so angry that she flipped over the table beside her, causing it to crash into the ground. After the first night of the wedding, the groom, who was supposed to be intimate with the bride, was fooling around with a stunning beauty. Even though Wuma Jun had issued a gag order, the inner house was different from other places. How could it be stopped with a single order? Before the third day, the news of Wuma Jun favoring Hui Jun had secretly spread. Hui Jun's appearance was also spread by gossipers. Jiang Pingji received first-hand information. She could not help but admire Hui Jun's swift and decisive methods. She had seduced Wuma Jun on the first day of marriage. She was very efficient. However, the Livestream viewers wailed when they heard the news. Lu Siji Lianming, a good and fresh cabbage, has been taken by a pig. Tutu Feicho, my goddess, has been taken by a pig. I'm crying. Headset electric current sound, F*CK, it's a breeding pig. My heart aches so much. Linglong Mibao, although I knew this day would come, I'm still very upset. My goddess has been defiled by Wuma Jun streamer, I kind of hate you now. My goddess Hui Jun, my heart hurts. There were all kinds of comments on the bullet screen. Some were wailing, some were complaining about being lovelorn, and some were criticizing Jiang Pingji. Jiang Pingji only comforted them perfunctorily. The Livestream viewers became even more rowdy. Wuma Jun had been caught. Would the emperor, who had no scruples, be far away? According to what Jiang Pingji knew, the emperor was absurd and unruly. Not only did he search for beauties to fill his harem, but he also coveted the wives and concubines of the ministers. It was not the first time he had forcefully taken the ministers' wives. Every time he went to the ministers' residences for a short visit, he would sleep with the ministers' wives while he was sitting. After the wedding, they still had to go home. As Lu Shi was not around, it was just a formality. At first, Wuma Jun was scared witless. He was afraid that he would make Jiang Pingji unhappy if he mistreated Lu Huan. But as time went by, Jiang Pingji did not react at all. He asked his scoundrels to sound her out. The news he got made him heave a long sigh of relief. A married daughter was like spilled water, not to mention that Lu Huan was only Lu Shi's sister. The matters between husband and wife were discussed behind closed doors. No matter how wide the brother-in-law was, he could not meddle in the affairs of his younger sister and son-in-law. With this guarantee, Wuma Jun treated Lu Huan with respect on the surface. But behind her back, he fooled around with Hui Jun and indulged himself in pleasure. Hui Jun slowly revealed the strong side of her character. Wuma Jun almost drowned in her. He liked everything about her, including Hui Jun's character. When the two of them were having sex, he even loved her strong side. How could a masochist be nurtured? Although Hui Jun was not the fourth princess's wife, she lived a more comfortable life than Lu Huan. She was like a precious flower that was carefully watered. She became more beautiful and fresh by the day. It also made Lu Huan jealous and sinister. In less than half a month, she had completely charmed Wuma Jun and gained a foothold in the fourth prince's residence. Lu Huan could not do anything about it. The jealousy in her heart grew stronger by the day. She wanted to lay her hands on Hui Jun, but the woman was as cunning as a loach. Wuma Jun was protecting her from the side. She, the legitimate wife of the fourth prince, was acting like a shameless concubine. This thought made her so angry that her stomach hurt. I can't touch her. Am I supposed to let this slut climb over my head and behave atrociously? Lu Huan was so angry that she twisted her handkerchief. Other than the night of the wedding, Wuma Jun did not stay in her room. As the princess's wife, she had no reason to stop Wuma Jun from seeking pleasure and continuing the family line. However, she could not tolerate her husband fooling around with another woman, and a woman of low birth at that. She could not take it lying down. Lu Huan was filled with hatred. If only I could get this woman out of here legitimately. However, what reason could she use to get her out of here and make Wuma Jun speechless? This thought haunted her and kept her awake for the whole night. Until one day, when she was summoned to the palace to see the Empress. She saw the beautiful palace maids and came up with an evil plan. In Dongqing, who had more power than the emperor? As long as she secretly match-made Hui Jun and the emperor and made her lose her chastity, would Hui Jun still have the face to pester her husband? Even Jiang Pingji did not know that the opportunity that Hui Jun could not find was delivered to her by Lu Huan. After Wuma Jun and Lu Huan's wedding, Jiang Pingji stayed in Shangjing for more than half a month. She was about to pack her luggage and leave and she unexpectedly received a summons from Shangyang Palace. It was also the first time that Jiang Pingji saw the Emperor of Dongqing up close. Faced with the sudden summons, Su Ke's expression changed drastically. Chapter 366. Su Ke said worriedly, Lang Jun, if you encounter difficulties during this trip to the palace. Jiang Pingji was relaxed about it and said nonchalantly, don't worry, it's not that serious. At most, we'll just have a chat. In a sense, Jiang Pingji as a hostage was more important than other hostages. As Lu Shi's only son, as long as she was still in Shangjing and under the eyes of the emperor, Lu Shi, the magistrate of Chongzhou, would not dare to disobey. Understanding this, Jiang Pingji was not worried about the trip to Shangyang Palace. Su Ke understood the reason, and his face was as gloomy as ink. Whether it was as a citizen of Dongqing or as Jiang Pingji's right-hand man, he despised the Dongqing emperor's behavior. If the emperor was diligent and loved the people, why would he need to worry about his subordinates obeying him on the surface but disobeying him in secret? She followed the eunuch into the palace, and Jiang Pingji waited outside the palace to be summoned. Just as Jiang Pingji thought, the emperor only took some time to meet her. He chatted for a while, reminisced about his and Lu Shi's friendship, and warmly invited her to stay in Shangjing for a while. Then he rewarded her with a table of delicacies. The whole process lasted less than an hour. Jiang Pingji did not waste the opportunity. She started a semi-interactive live stream. The title was Half-Day Tour of Shangyang Palace. In Yang Kuaixian, I feel that the architecture of Shangyang Palace has some characteristics of the Qin and Han dynasties, but some places are filled with the style of the Tang dynasty. Well, no matter what, the ancient palace is indeed a treasure of human cultural heritage. It's not something a normal film city can compare to. Zhengwo Buqingjing, please, this is the real royal palace. If the film city was 100% restored, it would have gone bankrupt long ago. It's good enough to make an imitation for you to see. Why are you so picky? If you want to see the palace, go to the Forbidden City. Kojiao Chi Fan, it's the Forbidden City. It's been in disrepair for years. There aren't many places on display, and there are so many tourists every day. Many places look like dilapidated buildings. Traveling during the Golden Week, every time I visit the Forbidden City, I always feel that the royal palace is nothing special. Jiang Pingji had been in this era for a few years, but it was the first time she was in such close contact with Shangyang Palace. The audience in the streaming room was even more excited. For their era, everything about the feudal dynasty aroused their curiosity and exploration. Waha, let alone the imperial garden, when I see the Emperor of Dongqing, all my hopes for the Emperor are shattered, okay? He had thought that he would be able to see a handsome middle-aged man with extraordinary majesty. However, the Emperor of Dongqing was just a middle-aged man with heavy eye bags. He did not have the aura of an emperor. He looked wretched, as if his body had been hollowed out. It felt like even the middle-aged men dancing on the street were more energetic than him. Scan code see me, I raised both my hands and feet in agreement. It was one thing to say that he was a middle-aged wretched old man, but when she thought of all the beautiful young ladies in the palace being defiled by him, she suddenly felt disgusted, as if she was eating an apple only to find half a caterpillar's corpse. Luckily the streamer didn't go to a harem fight. Otherwise, the thought of the streamer getting jealous over a lowly man would make me wake up from my dreams. From this, it could be seen that regardless of the era, one's face was still very important. The age, appearance, and aura of the Emperor of Dongqing did not match the expectations of the audience in the streaming room. As the audience chatted, a completely different style popped up on the bullet screen. Panda Noodle House, am I the only one who realized that we've been tricked by the streamer? The title of today's streaming was Half-Day Tour of Shangyang Palace. In fact, the streamer only took us to walk a single path. She did not stop to introduce the architectural landscape, and the duration was not even half a day. Not to mention half a day, it was only an hour. Selling dog meat with a sheep's head. When Jiang Pingji saw the bullet screen, she specially posted one and conveniently thanked the viewer. Streamer V, the current situation does not allow me to wander around Shangyang Palace. However, one day, I will open another streaming of a one-day tour of Shangyang Palace. When that time comes, I can go wherever I want. The inner court of the palace will be unobstructed. Panda Noodle House. The content of the bullet screen seemed very ordinary, but the audience in the streaming room expressed their horror after thinking about it carefully. She was still a citizen of Dongqing. Due to the majesty of the royal family, she could only follow the eunuch who led the way. It was impossible for her to wander around Shangyang Palace. Then, under what circumstances could she ignore this rule and walk around Shangyang Palace unimpeded? When she became the new master of Shangyang Palace. Having reached this conclusion, the audience in the streaming room was instantly delighted. They gave Jiang Pingji a lot of gifts, and the screen was full of 666. Liu Ciji Lianming, streamer, I give you 101 points. I'm not afraid of you becoming arrogant even if I give you one more point. With the audience in the streaming room joking around, Jiang Pingji left unscathed. As soon as she left the palace, she saw Su Ku anxiously waiting for her. I'm fine. Let's go back in the carriage. Jiang Pingji waved her hand and ordered the groom to drive. Su Ku saw that she was calm and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lang Jun, did your trip go well? I was praised and ate some food. The royal chef in the palace is not as good as the chef in Wuma Jun's residence. Jiang Pingji complained. The royal chef's cooking was definitely better than the ordinary chef's, but the food prepared by the royal chef was already cold. How could it be compared to hot food? Su Ke was speechless. He suddenly could not reply. His Lengjuan style was always so fresh and different. However, I can only stay in Shangjing for a while. I can't leave. Jiang Pingji shook her head and said in a low voice, "The emperor is addicted to beauty. His body is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He refuses to rest and needs to use tiger wolf medicine to keep him alive. I'm afraid he has realized that his body is not feeling well and is increasingly afraid of death. Now that he is under house arrest in Shangjing, I'm afraid he is extremely afraid of death." Even if the emperor supported the foreign relatives and the eunuchs to suppress the aristocratic families, he was still raising a tiger that would invite disaster. The aristocratic families seemed to be retreating, but they were not seriously hurt. The so-called aristocratic families all had a deeper and longer history than the royal family of Dongqing. If the emperor suddenly died, who knew if the aristocratic families would retaliate and completely turn the royal family of Dongqing into a puppet? It was probably because of this worry that the emperor gradually recalled the sons of the aristocratic families who were serving outside and used them as hostages. If Jiang Pingji was the emperor of Dongqing, faced with such a situation, she would choose an heir as soon as possible and abdicate the throne to let the dynasty's power take over smoothly. She would grant amnesty to the people and show mercy to the ministers. At the same time, she would cut off the remnants of the foreign relatives and the eunuchs to ensure that the new emperor could sit firmly on the throne. As for the threat of the aristocratic families, she would rope them in and suppress them. She would first stabilize Dongqing, which was riddled with holes. That was the best strategy. However, the current emperor obviously did not want to move. He did not want to abdicate the throne to his son while he was still alive. Chapter 367. Su Ke frowned worriedly. If what Jiang Pingji said was true, when could they leave Shangjing? Did they have to wait until the emperor passed away and the princes fought it out with Prince Changsho? By that time, the world would have already been torn apart. Jiang Pingji sneered as if she saw Su Ke's worry. We don't have to wait that long. We just have to wait for an opportunity. As long as Hui Jun got close to the emperor and bewitched him, it would not be difficult for them to leave Shangjing. But Su Ke was worried. He felt that things were not that simple. Jiang Pingji said, "Do you think the princes and the ambitious Prince Changsho have the patience to wait for the emperor to pass away?" Su Ke felt as if he was struck by lightning. Something exploded in his mind. "Leng Jun, do you mean, to force the emperor to abdicate?" "I'm not sure. But looking at the short history of the Dongqing royal family, they have a history of murdering their parents and brothers," Jiang Pingji said sarcastically. Other than the founding emperor, the other Dongqing emperors had taken the throne through shady means. The whole world knew about this scandal. The current emperor seemed to be repeating the fate of his ancestors. His younger brother and son were eyeing him covetously. The game depended on who could not wait to make a move first. The bird that sticks out gets shot. Whoever stood out first would be the target. Compared to Su Ke's impatience, Jiang Pingji was leisurely sitting on the fishing platform. She suddenly thought of something and smiled coldly. Haste makes waste. So what if I'm under house arrest in Shangjing? The emperor doesn't have the guts to make things difficult for the aristocratic families. It's impossible to lock them up for life. We just need an opportunity to leave Shangjing safely. Before that, Xiaoyu, just treat it as a vacation in Shangjing. Don't worry. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Su Ke smiled bitterly. He felt at ease. Lang Jun, I'll definitely accompany you to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, the carriage fell into silence again. Jiang Pingji crossed her fingers and looked down. Her cold expression did not show any emotion. After the carriage traveled for a while, she suddenly asked. Xiaoyu, under what circumstances do you think the emperor will summon Prince Changshu to Shangjing? Su Ke was stunned. He thought about the question and said firmly, that's impossible. Why? Jiang Pengji asked. Su Ke answered, everyone in the imperial court knows that Prince Changshu has formed cliques to pursue his own interests. Even if the emperor is obsessed with beauties every day and neglects the affairs of the imperial court, he cherishes his life so much. How could he summon this ambitious wolf to the capital? If that's the case, wouldn't that be inviting a wolf into the house? Yeah, I think so too. Jiang Pingji nodded in agreement. She did not see any good points in the emperor, but he had countless flaws. Although the emperor was muddle-headed now, he could kill the former emperor and ascend the throne from King Gongshan of Hejin County. He couldn't be a complete idiot. If he was sane, why would he summon Prince Changshu to the capital at such a critical time? Su Ke asked her, Lang Jun, why do you suddenly ask? I suddenly remembered what a friend told me before I left, Jiang Pingji said calmly. After saying that, a figure that was tall and straight like a pine appeared in his mind. Wei Xiai was not someone who spoke without thinking. Since he asked her to guard against Prince Changshu accepting the edict and bringing troops into the capital, there must be a reason for it. Su Ke thought about it repeatedly and frowned. If it's true, there might be three possibilities. First, the emperor's favorite candidate is not one of his 4 sons, but the youngest son of the former emperor, Prince Changshu. But thinking about what happened in the past few years, the possibility of this guess is almost zero. Second, if something unforeseen happens in Shangjing, the 100,000 imperial guards will be useless, and the emperor will have no choice but to summon Prince Changshu. However, the probability of the 2 possibilities that Su Ke mentioned happening was too low. It was almost not within the scope of consideration. What's the third possibility? Su Ke said, fake the emperor's will. Jiang Pingji's heart skipped a beat. Fake the emperor's will is indeed a way. Shangjing was now a huge cage. Jiang Pingji's ears and eyes were sharp. She acutely noticed that the area where the high officials and nobles lived was filled with a large number of spies. These spies disguised themselves as manservants, maids, or merchants from all walks of life. They were watching them 24 hours a day. When they were close to the mansion, Jiang Pingji glanced at Su Ke and stopped him from speaking. The two stepped on the bench and got off the carriage one after another. They returned to the mansion with their usual expressions. At that moment, the audience in the streaming room also smelled something unusual. They kept asking questions. Dora aiming, host, can't you leave Shangjing for now? Liu Siji Lianming, host, they seem to be under house arrest. The emperor of Dongqing is courting death as long as he is alive. Tudu Feiqiu, I bet 50 cents that according to the host's petty temper, she will definitely find a way to take revenge. Most of the audience were ordinary onlookers. They had no problem watching the show, but when it came to such brain-burning things, their reactions were slower. The audience in the streaming room seemed to have a kind of blind trust in Jiang Pingji. After following the streaming for a few years, they had never seen anyone who could really make Jiang Pingji suffer a loss. Even if there was, it was just a joke. The host was broad-minded and did not take it to heart. Of course, there were many people who objected. Zai I chili diao, nonsense. Are you all crazy? The host has no scholarly honor now. Even if she has a powerful father, water from afar can't put out the fire at hand. If the emperor of a feudal dynasty wants to lay his hands on her, can she go to heaven? Shinsho Yangtuo, yes, I like this streaming room the most. I can always see hundreds of thousands of idiots praising an ordinary host. Lu Siji Lianming, hee, I can see that there are indeed many experts in this streaming room. Who still remembers the host skills? Even if she can't fly on roofs and vault over walls, at least she can leave Shangjing safely. It was not a matter of whether she would leave or not, but when she would leave. Jiang Pingji did not care about the bullet screens that were worrying about her or slandering her. When it came to strength, it was all empty talk. Only when it was done would it be real. Although it was house arrest, apart from not being able to leave the city, there was no restriction on her personal freedom. In fact, she was quite happy. After more than half a month, Jiang Pingji and Shangjing's chief patrol officer Huang Song coincidentally met a few times. After a while, they became friends. Feng Ju, a mischievous child, came along. The three of them often drank tea and watched dramas. The place where they drank tea and watched dramas was naturally not suitable for children. Feng Jin, who knew about this, was speechless. She leaned against the table leisurely. A row of musicians was playing and singing in the corner of the room. The song was so sweet that it went straight to the heart. Jiang Pingji peeled peanuts and stuffed them into her mouth one by one. Chapter 368. It was already the middle of June. Jiang Pingji had already changed into cool summer clothes. With Lu Huan's wedding as the deadline, Jiang Pingji had stayed in Shangjing for almost a month and a half. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. I've almost visited all of Shangjing. I'm worried about how to spend tomorrow. Hearing Jiang Pingji's complaints, a glint flashed across Feng Ju's eyes, which immediately turned into helplessness. If it were anyone else, they would have long lost their patience. However, Jiang Pingji still ate and drank as she should. She could hold her liquor very well. He did not know what his second brother thought of her. He actually felt that she was better than Bogeo. In terms of eating, drinking, and having fun, Bogeo was indeed inferior to Lu Shi. Compared to Feng Ju's probing from time to time, Huang Song played the role of a fair-weather friend vividly. The three of them gathered together to eat, drink, and have fun. They did not talk about business, but only talked about romance. It's okay. We'll go somewhere else tomorrow. Brother Lu, don't worry. I know a lot of good places to go. Huang Song winked at her, looking like an adult who had a tacit understanding. After they got closer, he originally wanted to call Jiang Pingji Brother Shi, but she disliked the way he addressed her. She made him change it. Jiang Pingji held a peanut in her mouth and joked, "If you say this to Huayu, I'll be happy the whole day tomorrow even if I don't go out." After hearing that, Huang Song suddenly looked distressed. "Brother Lu, you can't be like this. I'm doing this for your own good. It's fine if you don't repay my kindness, but why do you have to trick me?" If a brother Khan knew that he brought Feng Ju to indecent places all day long, wouldn't he slap him? Didn't the old master say that food and lust are human nature? This is the pursuit of life. Food with the left hand and lust with the right. Even saints can't avoid this custom, let alone ordinary people. Besides, Huaijia is not a 3-year-old child. He only went there for a while and didn't do anything. Second brother Feng is too strict, Huang Song muttered quickly, as if he wanted to use this to calm the guilt in his heart. Feng Ju mocked Huang Song for being semi-illiterate. There was nothing wrong with this evaluation. He did instigate Feng Ju to look for an artist, but she had a strict upbringing. It was okay for her to sit and drink and watch the dance, but she refused to do anything that overstepped her boundaries. You can explain your fallacious reasoning in front of Huayu. Jiang Pingji sneered. Feng Jin's control over his younger brother was very restrained, but he was secretly flirtatious. Huang's song was getting bolder and bolder. If it weren't for the fact that Wei Jingxian was about to give birth, which had almost squeezed out Feng Jin's mind and left him with no time to care about other things, he might have long discovered that Feng Ju had been abducted by Huang's song to run around and fool around. Brother Liu, your words hurt my heart. Huang Song's face scrunched up into a ball. It was obvious that he was putting on a show. This person's ability to liven up the atmosphere was not weak. In order to achieve his goals, he did not care about his personal image. When he was playing around, he was very open. Even if all the nobles in Shangjing spoke harshly to him, most of his peers of the same class followed his lead. Jiang Pingji only found out about this after she got to know Huang's song up close. He was very popular. Where does it hurt? Jiang Pingji asked with a smile. Huang's song pretended to sigh. Everywhere. It hurts. My heart is bleeding. Jiang Pingji held back her laughter and teased, speaking of glib tongues, among the people I know, you're definitely one of the best. After peeling the peanuts, she looked at the sky outside. The sun was gradually setting, and the orange sky was filled with a different kind of beauty. In the words of the audience in the live stream room, it was dusk, the time to meet the devil. After paying, they each got on their horses. Huang Song said, Brother Ju, Brother Liu, I'll send you to second Brother Feng's residence first. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you. The medical officer and the midwife both said that Wei Jingxian was about to give birth in the next 2 days. After hearing the news, Jiang Pingji planned to go and take a look. Feng Jin and his wife were also hostages, who were under house arrest. Their personal freedom was not restricted, but pregnant women were sensitive and thoughtful. They lacked experienced elders to take care of them. It was their first child, so the young couple always felt uneasy. On the way, Jiang Pingji looked at the street and frowned slightly. Something was not right. Seeing the situation, Huang Song asked with concern, Brother Liu, are you not feeling well? No, I just feel that the streets have become much more deserted these 2 days. The stray cats and dogs that are usually seen have disappeared, Huang Song said. Yes, after being reminded by you, I also feel strange. I suddenly remembered something. 2 days ago, the wolf dog at home was in a strange mood. It scratched the wall all night and howled non-stop in the middle of the night. The old man wanted to kill that beast. Jiang Pingji was startled. Is that true? She did not keep any animals with her, so she did not pay much attention to it. Sigh, how can it be fake? When I go back tonight, I might see that beast stewed in a pot. Huang Song quite liked the wolf dog, but unfortunately, the old man was the master of the house. There was nothing he could do about it no matter how much he liked it. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, that's good. There's an extra meal tonight. Huang Song said with a pained heart, Brother, your words hurt. Feng Ju looked at the two of them chatting and was suddenly speechless. He felt that he was leading 2 naughty children. Jiang Pingji's heart was somewhat stifled. She vaguely had an ominous feeling. Her mental strength was very strong. In wuxia terms, the intuition of a martial artist was also stronger than that of an ordinary person. In layman's terms, her intuition was 100 times stronger than that of a beast. Recently, have you seen any strange things when you patrol the streets? Huang Song was startled and asked, what kind of things? The stray cats and dogs on the streets, the snakes, insects, rats, ants, and cockroaches in the corners. Are there any abnormal behaviors? Where Jiang Pingji lived, she could not even see snakes, insects, rats, ants, or cockroaches, let alone stray cats and dogs. As the patrol officer of Shangjing, even if Huang Song was only the head of the urban management, he often wandered outside. He must have seen more than her. Feng Zhu smelled something unusual and frowned. Huang Song thought carefully and said, "There are. Anyway, I've seen fewer and fewer stray cats and dogs recently. This is normal. Anyway, many people will secretly catch them to eat with wine. It's a hot season now. It's normal that cats and dogs do not like to come out." Huang Song's explanation seemed very reasonable, but Jiang Pingji's heart beat wildly. A dark cloud lingered in her heart that could not be dispelled. "What's wrong, Brother Lu?" Huang Song asked. "Nothing. It's probably because the summer heat has been severe recently. I'm always feeling stuffy. I feel that something bad will happen." "What bad thing?" "The weather has been dry recently. It hasn't rained for a month. As the patrol officer of Shangjing, you have to be careful lest something catches fire. Most of the buildings nowadays were made of wood. If they caught fire, it would be difficult to put them out." Jiang Pingji warned, "It's not impossible." Huang Song did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother Lu, you should be more considerate of me. If it really catches fire, you'll lose your lowly position as the patrol officer of Shangjing. If you don't want to lose your position, you'll have to put in more effort." Huang Song heard what she said and felt that it made sense. Even if Jiang Pingji's words were not pleasant to hear, she had good intentions. The current Huang Song wholeheartedly served the people. He came from a humble background, but he had the heart to help the world and save the people. He was usually sloppy, but when he was enforcing the law, he was upright and outspoken. He could be said to love the people as if they were his own children. It had to be said that it was not without reason that Feng Zhu saw him in a different light. Chapter 369. The three of them arrived at Feng Jin's residence. Jiang Pingji saw Feng Jin, whom she had not seen for a few days. She was shocked by his dark eyes. "Huayu, how many days have you not slept?" 3 or 4 days. Feng Jin smelled alcohol and cosmetics on them. He was too tired to pursue the matter. Jiang Pingji complained, 3 or 4 days without sleep. "Are you preparing to become a celestial being?" Jiang Pingji learned about the joke from the audience in the streaming room. Feng Jin rubbed his brows to wake himself up. He did not have the energy to pursue the matter. Jingxian's stomach has been hurting for the past few days. She went to the delivery room a few times, but she came out again. It was getting more and more troublesome each time. He was so worried that he could not sleep. The child was purposely tormenting his inexperienced parents. Feng Jin had been tormented by his wife since she was pregnant. He could understand the difficulties of being a parent more and more. According to the customs of the ancient times, the father only needed to sow the seeds, wait for 10 months, and take over the child from the midwife. When Feng Jin and his wife were under house arrest, Jingxian was discovered to be pregnant. Many things could only be solved by the husband and wife. The more he was involved, the more he felt a sense of security as a father. "What about now?" Feng Jin said. "The midwife made some ginseng chicken soup. She's drinking it now. I asked Takshu to send some good old ginseng. I heard it's good for pregnant women." Feng Jin nodded. He had seen the old ginseng. Its age and medicinal properties were excellent. It was prepared for labor. Perhaps because he had not slept for a few days, his brain was a little slow. He only reacted after a while. "Lanting, why are you here today?" After Takshu sent the old ginseng, she went back and told me that Jingxian is going to give birth in 2 days. I was worried that you were short of hands, so I volunteered to make up the numbers. Jiang Pingji often visited Feng Jin's house during her stay in Shangjing. She was familiar with his servant. She asked the servant to make a pot of refreshing hot tea as soon as she entered the house. "Drink some tea to wake up your mind." Don't fall asleep. Feng Jin thanked her tiredly. Thank you. He had been tense for the past few days, afraid that while he was dozing off, the other side would make a move. He was so nervous that he didn't dare to sleep for even a moment. With Jiang Pingji's arrival, he felt much more at ease and gradually felt sleepy. You and I are best friends. There's no need to thank me. Not long after, a series of painful cries came from inside the room. The maidservants and the midwife were running around in circles, and then there was no more sound. It was another false alarm. Feng Ju also waited for 4 hours. The moon was high in the sky, but there was still no movement in the delivery room. As the father, Feng Jin was tormented. Wei Jingxian, who was pregnant and giving birth, was also exhausted. She was sweating profusely and her face was pale. The maidservant kept wiping her sweat with a damp cloth. The midwife checked and said that it was not the right time yet. She could rest for a while. Usually, it would take 6 to 10 hours for a pregnant woman's first child to be born smoothly. If it was a little more difficult, it might even take 3 to 5 days. 3 to 5 days. Feng Jin almost fainted when he heard the time. The midwife looked at him strangely. She had delivered countless children, but she had never seen a man as nervous as him. When it was midnight, Jiang Pingji asked Feng Jin to take a nap first. With her and Feng Ju watching over the place, there would be no problems. When Feng Ju heard this, he looked at her with a strange expression. If he did not investigate wrongly, the person in front of him seemed to be his second sister-in-law's ex-fiancé. How could his second brother be at ease? However, Feng Jin's reaction made his eyeballs almost pop out of their sockets. Okay, Lanting is here. Jin can rest assured. If it starts, wake me up. Feng Jin was already so sleepy that he couldn't stand it anymore. His mind was a little groggy. He asked the servant to bring a set of bedding and directly rolled it over his body. He leaned against the pillar and took a nap. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. Feng Ju was speechless. Not long after, Wei Jingxian's cries of pain came from the delivery room. In order to save energy, she gritted her teeth. Her voice sounded very muffled. Women in ancient times giving birth. It's really scary. Jiang Pingji had sharp ears and eyes. She heard the movements very clearly. Her heart could not help but tremble. The methods of reproduction in ancient times were so backward that it made her hair stand on end. They could even be sentenced in the Federation. She spoke softly, so Feng Ju did not hear her clearly. He only heard her lament that giving birth was not easy. Don't all women have to go through this? He said matter-of-factly. Jiang Pingji glared at him. There was a look of disdain in her eyes that made him scratch his head in confusion. She secretly poked the system and said in her heart, I guess I'll have to stay up late tonight. If I'm bored, I'll start a live stream. The system did not reply. It just silently started the live stream. It was estimated that it was also night time at the other end of the live stream. After a full 10 seconds, the number of people in the live stream room reached the upper limit of 150,000. Host V, it's boring at night. Let's chat to kill time. It was midnight. At the other end of the live stream room, it was only 12:00 at night. Nightlife had just begun. The people in ancient times did not have so much entertainment. The lighting equipment was only outdated oil lamps. To save money, they had long gone back to bed and fell into a sweet dream. At the same time, a short and frightened cry broke the silence of the night. Not long after, a spark lit up and lit the wick in the lantern. The rustling of clothes and the sound of steady footsteps came from afar. The light in the lantern was getting closer and closer. Zixiao, what happened? Outside the house, a young man wearing a single garment and a cloak asked with concern. After a few breaths, there was a faint movement in the room. When the candle was lit, the closed door was opened, revealing a delicate and perfect face that was pale and frightened. I'm fine. There was a thin layer of sweat on Wei Si's forehead. He was panting as he spoke. I was just frightened by the nightmare. The young man slept in the room next to Wei Si. Nightmare? The young man asked curiously, what did you dream of? He was really curious. What kind of dream could scare Wei Si like this? It was as if he had lost his soul. Wei Si pursed his lips. After a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, I dreamed that there was an earthquake in a place. The city collapsed and the houses were all in ruins. The people lost their lives in their sleep. There were cries of orphan children everywhere. I can't bear to recall the tragedy in the world. This was not all about the nightmare. He also dreamed that the person he missed was buried in the ruins and was badly mutilated. He could not remember where the scene in the dream was, but the bloody color kept lingering in front of him, making it hard for him to breathe. An earthquake. The young man's expression tightened. He comforted him, it's just a dream. Don't take it seriously. Wei Si's lips were pale and he was still in shock. Seeing this, the young man asked the boy's servant to start a fire and boil tea for Wei Si to calm down. The boy's servant had just started a fire and placed the teapot on the stove. He was horrified to find that the teapot lid was shaking slightly, causing the tea to spill out. Chapter 370. Such a scene scared the boy attendant so much that his face turned pale. He hurriedly shouted, Mister, there's a monster. The boy attendant noticed the unusual movement. The young man and Wei Si naturally noticed it too. The two of them hurriedly ran to an open space. The tremor lasted for the time it took to burn half an incense stick. Is this an earthquake? The young man tightened his cloak. Even though the night was still stuffy, he felt a chill all over his body. Wei Si's face was drained of blood and was pale. It was as if something in his mind had cracked open, causing his thoughts to be empty. When did an earthquake happen in Dongqing? At this time in his previous life, he was already in Zhongzhao's Binzhou. The Wei family of Hejin was weak and could only rely on the Wei family of Binzhou. He did not want to participate in the struggle of the clan. For the next few years, he lived in seclusion and occasionally paid attention to the affairs of the outside world. When the world was in chaos and he was appreciated by the old master, he came out to help. At that time, the world was already divided. The 9 states and 5 countries no longer existed. The feudal lords were divided and the power struggle for hegemony was already in full swing. As for Dongqing, he had a thorough understanding of it. He searched his memory but could not remember any earthquake at this time. The earthquake originated from the side of the Emperor star. He raised his head and glanced at the celestial body. The treacherous celestial body exuded a gloomy coldness, as though it was covered with a faint layer of blood. It gave him a sense of meaning. He pinched his fingers and calculated for a long time before he vaguely calculated that the source of the earthquake was near the Emperor star. The Ziwei star in Dongqing referred to the Emperor of Dongqing. The side of Ziwei star naturally referred to Shangjing. His current location was very far from Shangjing. It would take 2 months if he rode at full speed. He could feel such an obvious tremor from so far away. It was hard for him to imagine what would happen in Shangjing, which was the epicenter of the earthquake. If he knew that there would be an earthquake in Shangjing, how could he watch that person go to Shangjing? He had to stop it no matter what. Could it be that even the heavens couldn't bear to see him live a second life and couldn't tolerate him? Zixiao, what's wrong with you? Who would dare to go back to the house to sleep during an earthquake? The young man and the boy attendant hurriedly went inside to move some bedding. They planned to sleep in the open space in the courtyard for the night. Everything would be discussed tomorrow. Suddenly, he realized that his friend seemed to have lost his soul. Shiheng. I'm fine. I just thought of the nightmare just now. That might be a warning from the heavens. He had just had a nightmare, and when he woke up, there really was an earthquake. Wasn't this a warning from the heavens? The young man looked worried. Dongqing today. How can it withstand such torment? The officials neglected the affairs of the court, and the court was filled with the lackeys of their relatives and eunuchs. Who knew how many people were buried in this earthquake? How many people will survive? Wei Xi's gaze was distant. It was unknown if he had heard his friends murmur. 2 flowers blossomed, one on each side. Jiang Pingji's alertness was far sharper than that of a beast. Half a minute before the earthquake, her nerves were already stretched to the limit. She had never felt so flustered before. Her heart was beating abnormally fast. Stop sleeping, she slapped Feng Ju's back and woke up the naughty child who was secretly taking a nap. I'm very flustered. Feng Ju looked at Jiang Pingji in confusion. What did it have to do with him that she was panicking? Do you want me to rub it for you? Feng Ju maintained a cold expression. The audience in the streaming room burst into laughter at his godly reply. The bullet screen was full of comments from people who felt sorry for the naughty child. He was courting death with such depth. Get lost, who asked you to rub it? Jiang Pingji said rudely. Her rude attitude made Feng Ju's impression of her even worse. I think something is going to happen, go and wake Huayu up. Go to an empty place in the courtyard and wait. I'll go to the delivery room to take a look. Feng Ju's temper rose after being treated so rudely by her. However, Jiang Pingji's actions were agile and swift. She had already gotten up and went to the delivery room. At this moment, the midwife suddenly opened the door of the delivery room and said, Madam is moving. What? At this time? Jiang Pingji was stunned. A strong sense of crisis rushed from the soles of her feet to her brain. She raised her hand and waved the midwife away. She pushed her to the corridor and quickly rushed into the delivery room. The midwife was shocked by her sudden action. She cried out and fell to the ground on her buttocks. There seemed to be a cracking sound at her waist. She had twisted it. In the next moment, the ground shook violently, as if the sky and earth were turning upside down. The earth quaked and the mountains cracked. The loud sound of the house collapsing exploded in everyone's ears. Dust filled the air. The terrified screams were drowned out. Everything happened too suddenly. The audience in the streaming room was completely dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, the streaming screen was already in a mess. The eaves suddenly collapsed and fell on the maidservant in the delivery room. Blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. Jiang Pingji's physical potential exploded in an instant. Before the eaves were about to hit Wei Jingxian, Jiang Pingji hugged Wei Jingxian along with the thin blanket. She rolled over and narrowly avoided being hit. The candles in the room had long been extinguished, and the surroundings were pitch black. Jiang Pingji relied on her intuition and memory. She carried Wei Jingxian, who was covered in blood, and rushed out of the delivery room. The moonlight poured down, and there was light in their vision. The ground was still shaking. Jiang Pingji placed Wei Jingxian on the empty ground and handed her over to the midwife, who was scared out of her wits. I'll go in to save her. You help Jingxian deliver the baby first. Feng Huijie, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and come over to help. Fortunately, Feng Jin did not like complicated and gorgeous decorations. There was only a small pond in the courtyard. There were no artificial mountains or mountains. The servants who were lucky enough to escape gathered in the open space. Feng Ju was awakened by Jiang Pingji's scolding. He hurriedly came forward to calm everyone down. Feng Jin was extremely tired and fell into a deep sleep. However, he was lucky. The fallen beam did not hit him. It only grazed him slightly and woke him up from his sleep. At that moment, the entire Shangjing city had been turned upside down. Feng Ju covered his injured arm. His face was pale as he comforted everyone. "Husband, it hurts." When the earthquake happened, Wei Jingxian had already fainted. The last image in her memory was the beam that fell on her head and the familiar outline. The midwife's psychological quality was good enough. Under Jiang Pingji's tough orders, she helped Wei Jingxian deliver the baby. She pressed on her philtrum forcefully and forced her to wake up. If the pregnant woman did not stay awake at that time, she would die with the baby. "Madam Jingxian." After Feng Jin woke up, his mind was in a mess. His heart seemed to have entered an ice cellar. It was so cold that his whole body was stiff. He heard a familiar call in his ear. He barely regained his consciousness and hugged Wei Jingxian, who was covered in blood, tightly. "Stomach. Stomach hurts." Wei Jingxian felt a sharp pain in her stomach. It was as if something hot and wet had burst. It stained the clothes and bedding under her. Waves of intense pain passed through her brain. "Is I going to give birth?" In another place, Jiang Pingji rescued 2 injured servants and placed them in an open space. The entire mansion had been turned into ruins. There would be waves of aftershocks. She could only try her best. Fortunately, the houses in ancient times were low. Even if there were aftershocks, she did not have to worry about being buried in the ruins. She dug out some bedding and bed sheets from the ruins and threw them to Feng Ju. "Surround it and make a temporary delivery room. Get someone to search the stove and boil hot water as soon as possible." Chapter 371. At that moment, the Livestream room was in an uproar. The usual bickering and ridicule were nowhere to be seen. Before a disaster, people's compassion would always overcome all negative emotions. "Shinshou Yangtuo, streamer. You're injured too. Hurry up and stop the bleeding." "Zai Chili Diao, earthquake, it's actually an earthquake. I felt the entire screen shaking violently just now. I hope the streamer is safe and sound. I hope no one dies in that world. I feel my hands trembling, even when I type. However, how could there be no deaths in such a large-scale earthquake? Even in their world, when the Luchuan earthquake happened in China, there were extremely heavy casualties. Not to mention in ancient times where rescue measures were extremely backward. In such an era, it was not the end after the earthquake. There were subsequent disaster relief, medical treatment, and disposal of corpses. If 20% of people died in the earthquake, those who could not be rescued in time and were seriously injured would account for at least 30%. That was not all. Wounds would be infected, medicine would be lacking, food would be lacking, and if the corpses were not properly disposed of, it could even cause a plague. Jiang Pingji had no time to care about that. She raised her hand and wiped her face, then washed her hands with the water from the pond in the courtyard. "Let's help Jingxian deliver the baby first. If the others are not seriously injured, let's move out the living items from the ruins. There will be a few more aftershocks later. Be careful." Jiang Pingji chopped the broken beam with her bare hands and inserted it deeply into the ground. Then, she spread the bed sheets and bedding to make an area. She made the remaining items into firewood and started a fire. Her calm appearance made the people around her feel more at ease. Because of Jiang Pingji's protection, Jingxian was not injured. However, as a pregnant woman about to give birth, she was frightened and her situation was very critical. The doctor who was originally invited to keep watch was hit in the head by the falling beam and died on the spot. The midwife only knew how to deliver a baby and did not know how to treat a patient. She had just twisted her waist. Huayu, stay here with Jingxian. She will feel more at ease. Huaijie, bring the servants to search the surroundings to see if there are any living people. Jiang Pingji multitasked and typed a string of words in the live stream room at the same time. Host V, is there anyone who is an obstetrician and gynecologist? It's fine if you have experience in delivering a baby or can provide theoretical guidance. Jiang Pingji was a human from the future. Naturally, she had no experience in delivering a baby. Even the doctors of her era did not have it. That was because the baby was not conceived in a woman's womb. Fortunately, the people in the live broadcast room could provide a certain amount of help, so that she would not be blind. His luck was pretty good. There were really experienced obstetricians and midwives among the 150,000 spectators. Jiang Pingji ordered people to light a fire and barely tidy up a clean area. Can the child be delivered naturally? The midwife endured the pain in her waist and glanced at Jiang Pingji. She was touching the pregnant woman's belly and identifying the fetal position according to the guidance of the audience in the streaming room. Then, she looked at the husband of the pregnant woman, Feng Jin, in a difficult position. No. It's fine if the husband doesn't mind the bloody scene in the delivery room, but why did he let an outsider in? Feng Jin was comforting Wei Jingxian when he noticed the midwife's strange gaze. He pursed his lips and remained expressionless. In the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Pingji was still a man. Lanting has learned some Qi Huang techniques. It might come in handy. Don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jingxian felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She could only endure the pain and clench Feng Jin's hand so tightly that her nails dug into his flesh. Soon, blood started to flow. Jiang Pingji's cold voice came into her ears. The cervix is only 3 fingers deep. This is only the first stage of labor. Jingxian, don't exert force. Huayu, give her a handkerchief to bite on so that she won't bite her tongue when the contractions are too painful. Before the midwife could reply, Jiang Pingji tried to identify for a while and hesitated. The fetal position. At that moment, the obstetrician in the streaming room was giving guidance at the last minute. The other spectators were also anxious, but they knew what was important and what was not. At that moment, other than the retired doctor and midwife, no one else dared to post a bullet screen. The fetal position should be in front of the pillow. As a genetic warrior, Jiang Pingji was very familiar with the structure of living things. Even if it was through the text guidance in the streaming room, she could quickly get the hang of it. Her prediction of the fetal position was not wrong. According to the audience, the fetal position in front of the pillow was usually a natural birth. She could not help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. If the fetal position was not right at that moment, it would really be 1 corpse and 2 lives. Looking at Jiang Pingji's very professional manner, the midwife was a little confused. Her job had been taken away by someone who seemed to be even more professional than her. What was she doing here? Feng Jin said, see if the hot water outside is ready. Clean Jingxian's body first, the bloodstains scared him out of his wits. Fortunately, it was not Wei Jingxian's. Otherwise, what would he do tonight? Cut some of the ginseng that was found in the storeroom. When the cervix is open to the 10th finger, it will be able to give birth. When that time comes, you will need strength. Jiang Pingji wrung the cloth dry and wiped the sweat and stains on Wei Jingxian's face. Although it was summer, the temperature was still very cold for a pregnant woman. There was even a fire in the area that was surrounded. Get someone to wash the cloth with hot water. Cut a few pieces and put them on the fire to dry. There are ruins everywhere. The swaddling clothes that were prepared previously can't be used anymore. Jiang Pingji paid attention to the fetal position and the text guidance of the audience in the streaming room. Before the cervix was open to the 10th finger, there were a few strong aftershocks in Shangjing. Fortunately, Feng Jin had been watching over her. Wei Jingxian's emotions were considered stable. This child was born at the wrong time. Feng Jin's eyes were red and bloodshot. He was usually neat and tidy, but now he was in a sorry state. Suddenly, his meticulous hairpin was crooked and the clean stubble at the corner of his mouth appeared. Hearing that, Jiang Pingji scolded him sternly. Feng Jin, Feng Huayu, what do you mean by that? Wei Jingxian was in so much pain that her consciousness was blurred. When she vaguely heard those words, she felt sorrow in her heart. The people in ancient times were ignorant and superstitious. Jiang Pingji was really worried that Feng Jin would be out of his mind and put an ominous label on the child. Your husband is not blaming the child. Don't worry. He first comforted Wei Jingxian, who had tears in her eyes, and then immediately said, the child was born weak. He needs careful care to grow up healthily. Now that the earthquake is not stopping, I don't know what will happen tomorrow. He was not blaming the child for being born ominous. He was just worried that the child born under such circumstances would not survive. Everything will be discussed after the child is born. Jiang Pingji said coldly, a man should be indomitable. Can't you even protect your wife and child? Jingxian is going to give birth now. Can't you say something festive and humorous? How unlucky. Feng Jin responded with silence. There was another wave of intense pain and contraction. Wei Jingxian could not help but cry out. Little angel Meng Meng, streamer, that's enough. At that moment, a corner of the rising sun had risen in the sky. The golden morning sun shone on the earth, dispelling the long night. Jingxian, you can use force. Follow my instructions. Finally, there was a result after a long wait. Chapter 372. Little angel Meng Meng, Miss Jingxian's physical condition is very good. With proper postpartum care, she should be able to recover quickly. I'm not sure about the child's condition. However, the child was born tenaciously in this world. I think the heavens will bless this little life. After the retired obstetrician and gynecologist said this, the silence in the live broadcast room seemed to have been lifted, and the number of comments slowly increased. Shinshou Yangtuo, I was sweating the whole night and didn't dare to leave the screen. I never knew that giving birth was so painful for a woman. Just now, I called my mother while trembling. I was wrong, I shouldn't have scolded her over such a small matter. Love spicy sticks, I won't hate the streamer anymore. You're really someone who can go to heaven. Melancholy, I've been thinking for a long time after watching the live stream for the whole night. Wei Jingxian was a brave girl. I saw the greatness and tenacity of a woman in her. I thought of my girlfriend, who was the same age as her. Not long ago, we had forgotten to use birth control, and she had gotten pregnant. At first, I thought that we were still young, and there was no rush to have a child. I planned to abort it tomorrow, but now I want to repent to her. Inyang Kuaixian, the birth of a new life is indeed touching and delightful, but I'm more concerned about whether I can tip the streamer so that she can buy disaster relief items. In the face of disaster, unity is strength. Saving one life counts, even if it's a dimension away. This bullet screen was quickly liked and pinned to the top. Of course, Jiang Pengji saw it too. She cleaned up the baby and wrapped him in swaddling clothes to prevent him from catching a cold. She bit her lip. Host V, I'll try my best. After this bullet screen was sent out, the rewards received by the system increased explosively. The previous rewards were all for praying for children or celebrating the birth of a child. The later rewards were all for praying for disaster victims. Of course, there were also viewers who mocked Jiang Pingji for trying to make a fortune out of the disaster. As soon as this bullet screen was posted, it was immediately rebutted. Inyang Kuaixian, are you King retarded? I've been following this live broadcast room for several years, and I've never heard the host take the initiative to ask for tips or other things. Do you think everyone is as heartless as you? If she's such a person, I'll livestream myself eating my keyboard. De Zhuangzhu's wife, idiot, I've made the call. Pick it up. Potato beef Gafen, hee, you must have watched too many of those coquettish bitches live broadcasts. Do you think everyone is greedy for money? There was a huge earthquake and so many people died. How could you say such inhumane words? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Jiang Pingji was initially disgusted, but after seeing so many words of support for her, the discomfort in her heart vanished. Just for this, it was worth it for her to shed all pretense of cordiality with the system. Feng Jin and Wei Jingxian's first child was a little girl. Her face was wrinkled and red. She looked like a monkey that had lost its fur. But at that moment, Jiang Pingji felt that this child had a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. She handed the child to the Feng couple, who were anxiously waiting for her. Give her a hug. She's a beautiful daughter. Thank you. Feng Jin's face was pale. When the child was just born, he felt so nervous that he almost suffocated. Now that he was holding this life that was so soft that it seemed to have no bones, his chest was unprecedentedly soft. Lanting, give this child a name. At that moment, Wei Jingxian felt a little better and regained some strength. She looked at her husband and then at Jiang Pingji. How could she not know? Lanting, help me give her a name. Wei Jingxian revealed a pale smile. She was covered with a blanket and there was a fire next to her, which helped to dispel the chill in her body. She knew that if Jiang Pingji had not rushed in and carried her to the delivery room, they would have been sent to hell by the falling beam. Now that she could safely give birth to the child, it was all because of the person in front of her. She was not afraid of losing her life, but when she thought about the possibility of the child being born because of this, she felt a piercing pain in her heart. Jiang Pingji heard the couple's request and was stunned. Give her a name. In this era, when a newborn was born in every family, the father had to wait at the door for the first passerby to give his child a lowly name. Ordinary people had the saying that lowly names were easier to support, but that was the habit of ordinary people. The aristocrats scoffed at it. Since Feng Jin and his wife had spoken, Jiang Pingji thought for a while and said, Wai Yu's family is not suitable to give their child a lowly name, so I'll give her a masculine name. She'll be called Changxing. I hope that she will live a happy life and live a long and happy life. Changxing. Okay, that's the name. Feng Jin finally smiled. The child seemed to feel it. She licked her lips and rubbed her head against his chest. While they were talking, the sky was completely bright. The servants who were alive quietly cleaned up the ruins. They were lucky enough to survive, but most of them were buried in the ruins and could not see the light of day. Jiang Pingji lifted the curtain and walked out of the simple delivery room. The midwife, who had sprained her waist badly, was sitting by the side and instructing the maidservants to make chicken soup. There were many ingredients that were beneficial to the recovery of the pregnant woman after giving birth. When the midwife saw her, she quickly asked the maidservants to bring a copper basin. There was a cloth towel beside the copper basin, and it was filled with warm water. Lang Jun, do you want to wash your face? I asked the maidservants in the manner to find the old master's clothes. He hasn't worn them yet. You can change into them and wash the wound on your back. If it's left for too long and the weather is hot, it will fester easily. The midwife looked at Jiang Pingji carefully. She felt that she had discovered a terrifying secret. It was too dark last night and the earthquake happened too quickly. She did not notice the details. Now that it was bright, she stayed by the side and thought about it carefully. She felt that the young Lang Jun was a little strange. After all, she was a professional midwife. She had a pair of experienced and sharp eyes. She could notice some abnormalities in Jiang Pingji's body. When Jiang Pingji came out of the delivery room, she suddenly had an epiphany and woke up. What if the Lang Jun was a woman? No wonder the old master of the Feng family did not mind Lu Lang Jun helping his wife deliver the baby. Jiang Pingji saw the midwife's expression and suddenly understood something. She wet a cloth towel and wiped her face, washing away the tiredness from a sleepless night. I'm fine. I just need to wear a cloak to cover my wound. Jiang Pingji agreed. Seeing the midwife's awkward movements, she said apologetically, "It was an emergency yesterday. I pushed you away and caused you to sprain your waist. Please forgive me, old lady." The midwife said generously, "A waist injury is nothing. You saved my life. I haven't thanked you for saving my life." Jiang Pingji relaxed. Only then did she realize that there was a wave of pain coming from her back. She twitched her mouth. The wound must have been caused when she saved Wei Jingxian the night before. Fortunately, this body of hers was already unbelievably strong. If it was Lu Shi's original body, the beam that fell on him last night would have caused internal bleeding. If it was more serious, the wound on his back might have exposed his white spine. Now, it was just a small wound, which was only a small one to her. Chapter 373. Most of the houses had collapsed in the first earthquake, and the rest had been killed in the aftershocks. Wei Jingxian needed post-delivery care, and she could not continue to lie in the temporary delivery room. That was a special situation, and naturally, she had to be more meticulous. At such a time, tents were far safer than houses. Jiang Pingji said goodbye to Feng Jin. "I have to go back. I don't know how my family is doing after last night's situation. The house and money are secondary. I'm just worried about Xiaoyu." Fortunately, the Lu's property in Shangjing was not big. It was small, and the house was low. It was mainly made of wood, and there was not much rubble. Even if the house collapsed, it would not kill anyone. "I have to go back and take charge." Feng Jin knew what Su Ku meant to Jiang Pingji. They were master and servant, but they were actually good friends. "I'll ask the servants to send you back. After the earthquake, there will be many mobs. It's better to be careful," Feng Jin said. Jiang Pingji was about to nod when she suddenly heard a familiar sound. She suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. Huff, Su Ku was panting. He saw the low-key and luxurious Feng Jin's house turned into ruins. His heart sank. White carried him through the ruins. He saw a familiar figure from afar, and his worry turned into ecstasy. Lang Jun. Su Ku jumped off the horse. He was so happy that he looked like he was about to cry. His face was covered in dust. His clothes were twisted like dried vegetables. His sleeves were torn, and his hair looked like it had been bitten by a dog. He looked very pathetic. "Xiaoyu. Fortunately, you're still alive. How's the situation? Are there many casualties?" Jiang Pingji saw that he was alive and only had a slight scratch on his arm. She was relieved. Su Ku was not as fast as White. He was still stumbling toward Jiang Pingji, but White was already rubbing her cheek. He took a deep breath and reported, with White's warning, only the stableman was injured. Everyone else is fine. Jiang Pingji was confused. Only the stableman was injured. Su Ku looked at White, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Lang Jun, Mr. White saved a lot of people. Yesterday, before midnight, it suddenly jumped up and kicked over the stable. It accidentally injured the stableman who tried to stop it, then it ran into the house and ran around. After all, it was a brave and skillful warhorse from the northern borderline, and it had a master like Jiang Pingji. How could an ordinary person tame it? Almost everyone was unable to sleep because of Whitey, but it was very intelligent. Whoever came near the house would have their heads gnawed off. The group of people did not dare to hurt Whitey. It was Jiang Pingji's beloved horse. The lives of all the servants were not as important as Whitey. Under Dabai's stubborn and willful obstruction, Su Ku and all the servants could only stay in the courtyard and confront Dabai. Then, the earthquake happened. When Jiang Pingji heard this, her expression became extremely strange. Your hair is so messy. Did Dabai gnaw on it? She had thought that Su Ku had messed it up in the midst of the chaos, making it look like a dog had gnawed on it. So it was Dabai who had gnawed it. Su Ku was speechless. Lang Jun, it's too hurtful to say such things at this time. Well done. Jiang Pingji stroked Whitey's mane. The proud and beautiful little girl stuck out her tongue and licked her face, as if she was asking for credit. Seeing this, the gloominess in Su Ku's heart disappeared. If it was gnawed on, then so be it. It was better than dying. Last night, the earthquake happened suddenly. I ordered the servants to clean up the rubble and search for the people who were still alive. That's why I came late. Please forgive me, Lang Jun. Jiang Pingji smiled and said generously, you did the right thing. Why should I blame you? When the earthquake first happened, the probability of survival was high. When the aftershocks were over, it would be too late. You know your Lang Jun's ability. If I can't survive, the whole of Shangjing will be a dead city. You came all the way here. What's the situation outside? If she had really failed and died in the earthquake, what was the use of Su Ku rushing over? If he had done that, it would have been a really responsible act. In this era, the higher-ups would bear grudges and think that Su Ku was rebellious. But with Jiang Pingji's magnanimity, how could she blame him? Su Ku was not an emotional person. However, after experiencing the disaster and facing the strong pressure to survive, he made a choice. Now that he received Jiang Pingji's courtesy, he could not help but tear up. He sniffled and held back his tears. Outside, it's all ruins. 9 out of 10 rooms have collapsed. The people are dead or injured. I'm afraid, there are very few survivors. Su Ku choked. The tragic scene along the way appeared in front of his eyes. His heart was filled with sorrow. In ancient times, the people worked and rested from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening. The earthquake happened after midnight. At that time, most of the people were already asleep. The earthquake happened so suddenly and the tremors were so strong. How could they escape in time? 9 out of 10 rooms have collapsed. Jiang Pingji let out a long sigh. She sat down on the ruins as if she had lost all her strength. She was a genetic warrior who had participated in the most tragic interstellar war. She had reaped the lives of countless enemies with her hands. Life and death were common to her. In Jiang Pingji's eyes, the ordinary people were no different from the federal citizens she protected. The enemy's life was worthless in her eyes, but the citizens she protected were as precious as treasures. Now, this earthquake had taken the lives of countless commoners. Their deaths were worthless. Their lives were as cheap as grass. Lang Jun, Su Ku wanted to persuade him, but he did not know how. He knew that his Lang Jun was usually cold, stubborn, and unrestrained, but he knew that he was kind. Yes, kind. Because of his kindness, Lang Jun would personally go to the fields to learn how to farm from the old farmers. He would understand the customs of the fields and crops. He would draw and improve the farming tools. He would not hesitate to spend money to ask the craftsmen to further improve according to the drawings. He did not think that other aristocratic families would lower themselves to do that. Apart from that, there was also a troop to suppress bandits and protect the peace of Hejin County. There was a female troop to take in abandoned and trafficked girls. There were boxes and boxes of books under the ruins. These were the precious treasures she had exchanged with Ching Ching. She was preparing to promote movable type printing in the future and give them to all the students in the world. The 3-character classic, the 100 family names. Those were all prepared for young children in the future. There was also Bai Tan in Chongzhou. She had secretly built a papermaking workshop. She had experimented with many papermaking methods, and the procedures were getting more and more mature. Su Ke could see clearly why she had done it step by step. She was born in an aristocratic family but did not cherish her possessions. She was a person who truly cared about the world. Su Ke felt that if such a person could not be called kind, who was qualified to be called kind? Jiang Pingji did not waver for long. She quickly regained her calm and indifferent expression. Open the warehouse, put in the grain, and build a porridge shed. Su Ke knew that his Lang Jun would do that. He had already prepared a plan. There was a batch of grain in the warehouse a while ago. If we build a porridge shed, it should last for half a month. Chapter 374. How much money is left in the warehouse? I don't know if the medicine shop is still there. Can I buy medicinal herbs? It would be better if I can hire a doctor. She could not save the people who died in the earthquake, but she would try her best to save the people who were still alive. If she had known that the earthquake would happen so suddenly, she would have looked for a doctor when she first came to Shangjing. In addition, allocate some money to hire the people who are still alive. Give them food or some wages. Ask them to help clean up the ruins and search for survivors under the ruins. Go and make a plan and calculate the cost. If it's not enough, Su Ke didn't need to calculate to know that the money in the warehouse was not enough. Therefore, he told her the truth. Lang Jun, the money in the warehouse is not enough. Jiang Pingji pursed her lips and said, I will think of a way to get the money and food. You can do this first. Su Ke said, if we can persuade the families to open up their granaries, it might be effective. She sneered and asked bluntly, what do you think is the possibility? Countless people froze and starved to death during the snow disaster. How many families in Shangjing opened their granaries to get food? It was an earthquake now. Every family could not protect themselves. If they survived, they would leave the troublesome place immediately. Why would they stay? For the aristocratic families who boasted of their noble blood, ordinary people were like ants. Who would stay in a dangerous place like Shangjing for ants, let alone open the warehouse and give out money, food, and medicinal herbs? Su Ke remained silent in the face of her question. While they were talking, the sound of horses' hooves could be heard in the distance. Upon closer inspection, the person in the lead was the disheveled Huang Song. Behind him were a few soldiers in official uniforms. Brother Liu. Huang Song pulled the reins and stopped the horse in front of Jiang Pingji. Where is Brother Ju? He got off the horse. He could not help but secretly sigh in relief when he saw her pale face and messy hair. She was wearing a loose cloak. It seemed that she was not injured except that she was a little mentally weak. After listening to Jiang Pingji's words last night, Huang Song led his lackeys to patrol a few rounds. In the middle of the night, He even caught two hedonistic sons of aristocratic families fooling around on the streets. He was about to arrest them according to the rules of Shangjing when the earthquake occurred without warning. The first thing Huang Song did was to gather the troops to save the people. He, on the other hand, hastened his horse back to the mansion to take a look. His father had always slept late. When the earthquake happened, he was slightly injured, but his life was not in danger. He was lucky enough to escape. Huang Song ordered the surviving servants to save the people, search for money and food in the ruins, and placed the old man in a relatively safe place. After making all the arrangements, he brought people to this area to search and rescue the officials and nobles who were trapped under the ruins. All of Shangjing had been reduced to ruins. 9 out of 10 rooms had collapsed. Along the way, Huang Song's heart sank. Who knew how many people would be left alive in Shangjing City after this disaster? Jiang Pingji glanced at Huang Song and the soldiers behind him. They all looked like they had just finished working at a construction site and were in a sorry state. Huijie is fine, but his arm is slightly injured. He's inside now. Although the inspector of Shangjing was a small official, similar to the head of the city management, there was one advantage: this position had people under him. That's good. Huang Song heaved a sigh of relief. He kindly advised Jiang Pingji, the situation is unstable now, and this is not a safe place. In order to prevent the rioters from robbing and killing people, as well as robbing food and money, Brother Liu should make plans early. Jiang Pingji frowned after hearing that. She knew what the people would do when they were forced into a desperate situation, but there was a prerequisite. I heard that there are 100,000 Imperial Guards in Shangjing. If the Imperial Guards are mobilized, they can definitely pacify the people at once and save more people. Why would the people need to take risks out of desperation when the Imperial Court has opened the warehouse to release food? Her voice was laced with ice. Her sarcasm was obvious. Huang Song's expression became a little awkward when he was questioned. He said helplessly, when the earthquake happened, the Emperor's family was outside the city to avoid the summer. The Imperial Guards had to protect the Emperor's family, so they couldn't leave easily. Hearing that, Jiang Pingji closed her eyes slightly. Su Ku, who was behind her, could hear the hidden meaning behind Huang Song's words. He almost could not help but step forward to question her. However, just as he took a step forward, Jiang Pingji raised her hand to stop him. The audience in the streaming room was still immersed in the devastation and discomfort of the ruins. When they heard Huang Song's words, they completely exploded. Liu Siji Lianming, what is this? There are 100,000 Imperial Guards. Can't they leave 10,000 to protect the Emperor and the rest to save people? Dais Hajuan, Ba. Why do they need 10,000 to protect people? Who does the Emperor of Dongqing think he is? Ingyang Kuaixian, I've been following the live stream recently. According to the news, the Imperial Guards are the largest armed force in Shangjing. If they don't come out to save the people, are these beasts going to watch the lucky survivors die? Jiang Pingji glanced at the bullet screen from the corner of her eyes. She sneered in her heart. If the earthquake was smaller and occurred during the day, there would not be so many casualties. The Emperor would probably be willing to mobilize the Imperial Guards to save people. Shangjing was now in ruins. How could it still be considered the capital? The cost of reconstruction was probably not something the current national treasury could bear. Under such circumstances, the Emperor of Dongqing would naturally choose the method with the least loss. Zai Chilidiao, Hehe, you have to know that in ancient times, the lives of the people were like grass. Life was indeed precious, but you had to be a high official or noble. Take Brother Huang Song for example. He brought people to save people, but they were all famous people in Shangjing. The speed of rescue in ancient times was so slow. At the same time, if ordinary people were saved, the officials and nobles might die. Put the two together. Who do you think will be saved first? Waha, I remember the Luchuan earthquake. I was in university in Luchuan at that time. The earthquake happened and the dormitory collapsed. I was rescued from the ruins by a soldier. Looking at this streaming room, I just want to know if I was an ordinary person, would I be able to live? Beef soup Bujia Jiang, the person above, don't be funny. If that was the case, your corpse would have been cold long ago. You would probably have finished the reincarnation process. Bali Yutang Shizhan fan, let's not talk about it. It's full of negative energy. I want to smash my keyboard. I'm going to do something positive to calm myself down. I'm going to post on Baidu and see if I can attract some rich people to reward me in the streaming room. The audience in the streaming room chose to believe in Jiang Pingji with the prestige and credibility accumulated over the years of streaming. The rewards of various amounts continued. Huang Song seemed to have some sources of information. He had a good impression of Jiang Pingji, so he could not help but hint. Now that the emperor can't even take care of himself, Brother Liu, take the opportunity to leave quickly. From now on, you can fly freely in the sky and swim freely in the sea. If you're too late and the emperor remembers you and second Brother Feng, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. After he finished speaking, he resumed his businesslike expression. Jiang Pingji sneered. I, Lu Shi, may not have other things, but I still have a backbone. If I abandon everything and escape now, what difference is there between me and a coward? You don't have to hide it from me, Bogeo. I'm not stupid. I know very well that the emperor saw that 9 out of 10 houses in Shangjing had collapsed. He was too lazy to spend a huge amount of money to rebuild the capital, so he wanted to leave with the nobles and the important ministers and move the capital directly, right? Who would spend a huge amount of manpower and material resources to rebuild Shangjing if they were going to move? If there was no intention to move the capital, even if the emperor was afraid of death, he would still send the imperial guards to save the people, even if it was just to save face. The dignified capital could not only have the emperor, but also the people. Now that the imperial guards were grasping tightly and refusing to rescue them, it meant that they were abandoning the people. Naturally, the intention to move the capital was obvious. Chapter 375. Jiang Pingji snorted coldly. I won't leave, even if the emperor really moves the capital. Huang Song's expression was complicated. The Jiang Pingji in front of him was completely different from the Jiang Pingji he knew. She tore away her usual lazy and cold facade and revealed her most aggressive side, which made people's eyes light up. He admired this Jiang Pingji even more, but her choice also made him regret. Huang Song persuaded her softly, sincerely thinking for Jiang Pingji. I'm afraid it's not up to you to decide whether you want to leave or not. When the emperor is angry, blood will flow. This is not a joke. If you don't leave now, you'll really be under house arrest in the future. The emperor thought of ways and roundabout ways to control the aristocratic families as hostages. Now that the earthquake in Shangjing was unfavorable to the emperor, he would not let go of the hostages in his hands. If the aristocratic families acted rashly, someone might be sacrificed to warn the others. The earthquake happened not long ago. The emperor could not even take care of himself. If Jiang Pingji packed her belongings and fled through the night, she would be safe as long as she entered the boundaries of Chongzhou. Even if the emperor pursued the matter, the magistrate of Chongzhou, Lu Shi, could shield her. The situation in Dongqing was grim. Coupled with the sudden earthquake, the emperor could not act rashly if he wanted to rule for generations to come. However, if Jiang Pingji did not leave now, when the capital moved, she would really become a hostage and lose her freedom. Don't worry, I have a plan. Jiang Pingji looked around. Smoke and dust filled the air, and ruins were everywhere. The air was suffused with an aura that made her uncomfortable. I know what you're worried about. Since I dared to stay, how can I not have something to rely on? If the emperor really wanted to move the capital, she would take all the people who remained in Shangjing with her. Originally, he wanted to slow down his pace and plan in secret, going according to plan. However, her opponent's stupidity and suicidal behavior made her unable to tolerate it. However, she was faced with a very awkward problem. Money and food were secondary. The key was the lack of manpower. If it was before Huang Song came, she would have asked him in private if he was willing to send people to help. The Shangjing patrol officer was indeed a small official, but he had a lot of people under him. Looking at it now, it was very likely that it would not be possible. It was not that Huang Song was not kind. He was just doing official business. He could only use his limited resources and energy to help the officials and nobles to complete the tasks given by his superiors. It was several times more difficult for a eunuch to make a name for himself in the court than for an ordinary person. He was benevolent towards the people, but the situation was too harsh. He wanted to help, but he was powerless. If only she had the troops, then she wouldn't have no one she could use. Huang Song saw that Jiang Pingji had made up her mind. He sighed in his heart, knowing that he could not persuade her. Are you here to look for Huayu and Huaijie? They're all inside. Jiang Pingji had already guessed what Huang Song was here for. He secretly told them to leave Shangjing as soon as possible and return to their own home. Then, they would be completely safe. Except, while Huang Song had good intentions, the two Feng brothers were not ordinary people. Each had their own opinions. Huang Song looked embarrassed. Seeing that Jiang Pingji was in a bad mood, he could only bow and thank her. He walked past her to look for the Feng brothers. Seeing that Huang Song had walked far away, Su Ke said, Lang Jun, Ke will go back and make arrangements first. Alright, you ride it for now, Dabai. It's clever. If we meet a mob on the way, it can bring you safely away. Su Ke took the reins from Dabai and mounted the horse with practiced movements. Thank you. The little girl had a proud temper. If it was not to look for Jiang Pingji, it would not have allowed Su Ke to ride on its back. Now that Jiang Pingji had given her permission, Su Ke was not rejected by Dabai. Jiang Pingji waited in the same spot for a while. Not long after, she saw Huang Song coming over expressionlessly. When they passed each other, they nodded and went about their own business. As the patrol officer of Shangjing, Huang Song had an obligation to rescue the trapped officials and nobles and ensure their safety. Jiang Pingji's tent was very sturdy. It could accommodate 3 adults without feeling cramped. Wei Jingxian, who had drunk some nourishing soup, had already fallen asleep in the tent. The newborn Chongqing drank colostrum and fell asleep sweetly. Regarding this, Feng Jin's heart ached terribly. For the sake of this child, he had chosen 3 wet nurses after running around. They were healthy, had sufficient milk, and had good manners. In the earthquake last night, one of the 3 had died. The other 2 had been seriously injured and could not nurse the child at all. However, they could not let the child starve because there were no wet nurses, could they? The husband and wife looked at their crying daughter. Wei Jingxian could only open her mouth and ask if she could nurse the child herself. The child had just been born. When he cried, he twitched. He was as weak as a kitten. She felt sad and uncomfortable when she heard it. Feng Jin's face darkened at that moment. It was not because of Wei Jingxian's suggestion, but because he really felt sorry for his child and wife. Which pregnant woman in a noble family would be reduced to a wet nurse to nurse the child? Wei Jingxian was not the wife of a noble family, but she was the legitimate second wife of the Feng family. How much injustice was it to let a rich woman be the wet nurse and nurse the child herself? However, when Jiang Pingji told him that breastfeeding was better for the child and easier to raise, his expression turned slightly better. However, his mood did not last long. Huang Song came to visit. The news brought by this person made his chest feel stuffy. The scenery in front of him was dark and gloomy. He almost choked on blood. Ordinary people could not see the trick, but how could Feng Jin not sense that there was something fishy about it? The emperor wanted to abandon Shangjing and move the capital to another place. Huang Song did not stay to wait for Feng Jin and his brother's reply. Time was of the essence now. They could not delay it even for a moment. He wished he could have thousands of incarnations. To be able to find time to inform Feng Ju at such a time, it was obvious that he really regarded Feng Ju as a close friend. Lanting. Why are you back? Feng Jin heard the movement and looked up. He saw the person who had come. It was Jiang Pingji who had bid farewell before. I met Bogeo on the way. I'm afraid the emperor is going to abandon Shangjing and move the capital with his people. Feng Jin forced the corner of his mouth to twitch. Jiang Pingji's thoughts coincided with his. Now there were two paths in front of him. First, he could do nothing. He could wait for the emperor to send someone to pick him up and continue to be a hostage of the Feng family. However, Feng Jin was not an ordinary person. How could he not see how dangerous this path was? It was not jail, but it was worse than jail. When he arrived at the place where the capital was moved, he was afraid that he would become a real prisoner. Second, he could take the opportunity to pack up his belongings and escape with his wife and child. If Jingxian had not yet given birth and was still pregnant, he could try the second path. However, fate made a fool of him. Now that the child had just been born, he could not endure the fatigue of the long journey, not to mention the unknown dangers on the road. Perhaps he would encounter bandits who had no choice but to become bandits, or perhaps he would encounter a starving mob. No matter which one it was, he could not afford to take the risk. In comparison, the first path was safer. Feng Jin was a true gentleman. For the sake of his wife and daughter, he was willing to sacrifice his temporary freedom to protect his family. Chapter 376. Huayu, she said, interrupting Feng Jin's thoughts. Help me. Feng Jin's heart trembled. What do you need me for? Just tell me. Speaking of which, they were not only best friends. Lanting had saved his and his family's lives. I want to stay in Shangjing. As soon as she opened her mouth, Feng Jin said decisively, no, you should leave as soon as possible. He did not want his wife and daughter to be implicated. He had no choice but to choose a safer plan, but Jiang Pingji was different. It was good enough that she did not provoke bandits and mobs. Her safety was guaranteed. She had a high chance of leaving Shangjing for Chongzhou. Listen to me first. Go on, I'm listening. Feng Jin calmed his emotions. Jiang Pingji said, you saw it too. The emperor wants to give up on the people of Shangjing and choose to move the capital. The imperial guards are his lifeline. He won't let them go easily. We can't expect him to suddenly repent and become a king who loves the people like his own children. Huayu, have you thought about how the surviving people of Shangjing will live if we don't do anything? So, I want to stay and help them. If the Dongxing Emperor wanted to move the capital, she would move the surviving people of Shangjing. Feng Jin sighed and poured cold water on her. Lanting, I know you are kind and virtuous, but you can't do it alone. What about the manpower needed to save the people? What about the food that the surviving people needed? What about the medicine needed to treat the wounded? That was only the most basic requirement. What about the dead people's bodies? It was summer and the corpses were rotting quickly. If they were not handled properly, it would lead to the spread of the plague. If the plague appeared, there would be a large number of patients. They did not have a doctor who could treat the plague. Most of the people in the world were fools. They were easily bewitched. Even if Jiang Pingji was dedicated to the people, there would always be people who liked to cause trouble. They could not wait for the food to be distributed, or they criticized her for not doing a good job. They liked to kill and rob. How could they be suppressed? Even if the above problems were solved, how would she settle the people who were saved? Shangjing was in ruins. The people were homeless. Even the emperor was troubled by this mess. She had the guts to take over. Feng Jin did not know what to say to her. Huaiyu, I can do it, Jiang Pingji said plainly. Feng Jin suppressed the inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. He looked sharply into Jiang Pingji's eyes. His voice was hoarse and his breathing was heavy. You're just a commoner, you can't shoulder such a huge responsibility. If you want to save him, you must take care of everything. Have you thought about how to end this? The emperor of Dongqing had given up on the people and chosen to move the capital. She, as a commoner, dared to go against him. She must be tired of living. I know how to end this. Jiang Pingji was as still as a mountain. Her expression did not change at all. Shangjing City is uninhabitable now. It will take a lot of energy and manpower to rebuild it. Based on the scale of this earthquake, it was likely that it would not only affect Shangyang County, but perhaps an entire province. There is no time to rebuild a home on top of the ruins. So, I want to move them to Chongzhou. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Jin's expression changed drastically. He flipped the short table beside him. The short table flipped in the air and landed heavily on the ground with a clang, waking up Wei Jingxian and Changxing who had just fallen asleep. Changxing's weak cries were heard, her red and wrinkled little face was steaming, her cries sounded extremely aggrieved. Wei Jingxian lifted the curtain of the tent. She comforted the child while looking at the two of them in fear. Husband, Lanting. Did the two of them quarrel? Your husband is fine. Feng Jin was pulled back to reality. His cold expression turned into guilt. He said in a low voice, comfort Changxing, there were aftershocks from time to time. Even adults were afraid, let alone a newborn child. As the father, he could not control his emotions and flipped the table, scaring the child to this extent. How could he not feel guilty and blame himself? Lanting, let's go somewhere further to talk. Feng Jin's expression returned to normal, but his tone was no longer gentle. It was more strict. Okay. Jiang Pingji stood up and followed him. The audience in the streaming room was frightened by the aura between the two of them. There was a gap in the bullet screen. Ingyang Kuaixian, how did the young Feng Jin suddenly become so scary? In an instant, he transformed from a gentle and noble son to a ferocious man. It scared the babies in the audience to death. Beef soup Bujia Jiang, could it be that the streamer said something taboo and guessed his sore spot? Liu Siji Lianming, tisk, worrying for nothing. Feng Jin's thoughts were actually quite easy to guess. The streamer did say something taboo. No matter which era it was, rebellion was not forbidden, right? The streamer just hinted that she did not want to put up with the stupid emperor of Dongqing anymore. She wanted to go on her own. The young Feng Jin received an orthodox education. It would be strange if he could accept it so quickly. Wushi Guanxian, look at the Dongqing emperor. If he doesn't rebel, he will live through the Qing dynasty. Who's Jiaodan? Even so, there is no need to be so shocked, right? Look at Su Ku, his ability to accept is quite strong. Inuaja Zhuge Qinmo, TSK, but the problem is, does the young Su-ku know that the streamer is a woman? When the bullet screen came out, countless ellipses appeared randomly, as if they did not realize the connection between them. So what if she is a woman? Did she eat your rice? After a long time, when the audience realized what it meant, they were suddenly speechless. The streamer was a reliable friend in the young Fong Jin's heart. If she was a man, she would naturally be able to show off her skills and plot for the world. After all, the Dongqing Emperor was indeed stupid. If he rebelled, then so be it. But the problem was that she was a woman. Fong Jin probably did not have the concept of someone rebelling in his mind. After a while, one of the audience members told the truth. Nu Di Joa, why do I feel that? My baby Fong Jin was frightened by the streamer. Fong Jin was indeed frightened. His heart was full of complicated emotions. In the end, he accidentally flipped the short table. Lanting, why did you? Fong Jin's expression was indescribably conflicted. He knew that his best friend was restless and always caused trouble, but he did not expect her to be so ambitious. This is good. Jiang Pingji's expression was indifferent. She threw out an excuse. Can you imagine that one day, I will stay at home to take care of my husband and children? I will help a strange man wash his hands and cook his soup. I will be like a helpless little girl to him all day long, like a good wife and loving mother. Fong Jin looked like he had eaten a bug. He said with difficulty, "You don't have to say any more." He lacked imagination. He could not imagine it at all. If there was a burly man who was like a helpless little girl to her, and if he felt wronged, he would punch her in the chest. That would be more normal. So, I can't live the life of an ordinary woman. Why you? I can't be a coward for the rest of my life. I can't marry a woman to hide my identity and then live the rest of my life without thinking, Jiang Pingji said. I am a human first, then a woman. Since I am a human, why am I not qualified to be the emperor? The emperor is not benevolent, the court is not upright, and the country is on the verge of destruction. Why should I be content with an ordinary life? Chapter 377. Since ancient times, when did the sages rule that the emperor had to be a man? Even if there is such a rule, it is a rule. To be a monarch, one must be a human, not a man, and definitely not a beast. Jiang Pingji's words had a double meaning. She also scolded several emperors of Dongqing. Most of the people in Dongqing would agree if they said that they weren't humans but beasts. Fong Jin sighed. You have such a sharp tongue. When it comes to quibbling, I can't beat you. Indeed, the wise sages did not stipulate that the emperor had to be a man. On the other hand, why couldn't women do it? There was nothing wrong with this sentence. To the common people, they did not care who the emperor was. It did not matter if the emperor was a man, a woman, or a beast. They cared more about who could bring them a stable and happy life. Fong Jin was not an arrogant aristocrat. He understood what the common people needed. The ones who truly cared about the emperor's gender were probably not the common people, but the aristocratic families and other nobles. This is the current custom. Have you ever thought about what you would do if your identity was exposed? All the students in the world will write to condemn you, you. Fong Jin's heart wavered, but he still wanted to persuade her to give up. Jiang Pingji didn't hide it at all. She snorted and said, the winner takes all. In the future, when he waved his army and chased after the deer, he would kill anyone who refused to submit. A scholar's scolding will be condemned by thousands of people. No matter how fiercely he scolds, it's just a verbal skill. Once the ears are blocked, who cares how he spits? Take life and death lightly, fight if you're not satisfied. It seemed that it was very powerful for scholars to criticize and criticize, but why would Jiang Pingji care about that? Because she didn't care about fame at all. If she died, why would she care about the flood behind her? If you want to blabber, then blabber. Whoever blabbered would be beaten up. Yes, when it came to such matters, she was just that simple and crude. There was nothing that could not be suppressed by absolute force. If there was, he would suppress it again. Feng Jin was silent. Jiang Pingji had said everything and laid her cards on the table. The atmosphere between the two of them was a little quiet. She could only take the initiative to attack. Will you help me or not? You've been drooling for so long. You should at least say something. It's very awkward for me to act alone. Feng Jin looked at her bitterly. Even if he wasn't being courteous, he should at least put on an act. Also, could he reconsider? Help. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Jin wanted to slap himself. Why did he agree just now? It was as if he was possessed. He had previously advised Feng Ju not to act recklessly, but now he was slapped in the face. He was dragged into Jiang Pingji's boat in the blink of an eye, and it was a boat that could sink at any time. That's good. Jiang Pingji smiled. Feng Jin could not cry in his heart. However, he also knew in his heart that after moving the capital, Dongqing would not be far from falling apart. They didn't even care about the people in Shangjing, so why would they care about the people in other earthquake-stricken areas? Even a rabbit would bite when it was cornered, let alone a living person. After Feng Jin figured it out, he wasn't really against it anymore. Not to mention anything else, just for the sake of his wife and daughter, he had to find a place to settle down in order to protect his family. Jiang Pingji told him about the arrangement that she had told Su Ku. Feng Jin's worries were similar to what they had talked about before. At present, the four things they lacked the most were manpower, money, rice, and medicine. You should organize the people in the residence first. I will ask Xiaoyu to transfer the others over. In short, they had to first set up porridge stalls, organize manpower and the surviving citizens to clean up the ruins, and clear out a place to settle the wounded. The aftershocks haven't ended yet, so we have to ensure everyone's safety first. Feng Jin knew that Jiang Pingji was doing this for the sake of the people. There are only 26 people in Jin's residence, including the guards, maids, and servants. The warehouse has been cleared out, but there are still some meager assets. He pulled himself together and said, "These are secondary. Has Lanting ever thought that if you send troops without a good reason, you will be criticized by others and be suspected by the officials?" Jiang Pingji already had a way to deal with this. If she used it properly, she might be able to get her a decent official position. I want to write a letter to express my feelings, so that I have a good reason to send troops. Jiang Pingji said, the emperor abandoned the people and moved the capital elsewhere. Who wouldn't feel guilty doing such a shameless thing? How will he enter the imperial mausoleum to meet his ancestors after 100 years? I think if I take the initiative to take on this matter and help the emperor cover up his shame, do you think he will be willing? I think not only will he be willing, but he will also be happy to see it happen. Everyone understood the logic. The key was that no one dared to stand up, but she dared. Feng Jin was silent, and his mouth was dry. He had to admit that the broad-mindedness and even foresight of the person in front of him were rare in the world. If I do well, the emperor will reward me generously and put the credit on my face to fool the people. If I don't do well, he can push all the blame on me and say that I did not do my job well. He will throw all the baseless accusations at me. No matter what, the emperor will not be at a disadvantage. This is the first point. Jiang Pingji was calm from beginning to end. This was what Feng Jin admired most about her. The second point is that after the capital is moved, the imperial capital will be far away from the three tribes of the northern borderline. The emperor will naturally not have sleepless nights, and Chongzhou will be less important to Dongqing. My existence as a hostage will not be as important as before. The emperor will allow me to stay. Good plan, Feng Jin said. It was a good plan, but in the eyes of others, the effort and gain were not comparable. Who would be willing to do that? I think so too. Jiang Pingji crossed her arms in front of her chest and giggled. Therefore, I will have to trouble Huayu to write the memorial for me. Feng Jin's expression froze. He was dumbfounded. The bullet screen in the streaming room was full of laughter, sweeping away the solemnity from before. Ingyang Kuaixin, no, my dear Feng Jin has not completely joined the streamer's pirate ship. Is it really good to reveal your true colors so soon? What if you scare him away? Don't be afraid, capture him. I still have to deal with the matter of money and rations. Xiao Yu is not by my side. Who else should I trouble if not you? Such a matter-of-fact tone made Feng Jin's hands itch. However, she said she could solve the problem of money and rations. It was not that Feng Jin did not believe Jiang Pingji, but he felt that it was a fantasy. Believe me. After Jiang Pingji finished speaking, her expression returned to its usual calmness. Submitting a petition to explain the situation had a high chance of success. Or rather, it was a done deal. The Dongqing Emperor had been wary of Lu Shi for a long time. In the past, it was because of Hu County. Now, it was because he was the Chongzhou magistrate and was guarding the borders. If Jiang Pingji did well, the emperor could shamelessly steal the credit and minimize the impact of moving the capital and save some face. If Jiang Pingji did not do well, not only would she be tricked, but even Lu Shi would not be able to escape. His position as Chongzhou magistrate would be taken away. This was a huge gamble. In everyone's eyes, she would lose without a doubt. But it was also because of this that she wanted everyone's jaws to drop. System, if you are still alive, say something. Chapter 378. She came with ill intentions. Even if the system was just a bunch of data, it had been with Jiang Pingji for a few years and understood her temperament. Hearing her speak in such a tone, its heart skipped a beat and its nerves were completely tensed up. It deliberated for a while before responding, "What's the matter, host?" Jiang Pingji took advantage of the fact that there was no one around and found a flat spot to sit down. She placed her fingers together in a leisurely manner. Little did she know, the more she behaved like that, the more perturbed the system felt. Jiang Pingji said leisurely, "Do you remember that year when I asked you if popularity points could be exchanged for food during the snow disaster in Shangjing? You told me that my streaming room's level was not high enough. Even if it was high enough, 10,000 points could only be exchanged for a mere 50 kilograms of food. Is that right?" The system was different from a living being. It had back-end data, so it was impossible for it to forget. Jiang Pingji had mentioned it in detail, so the system naturally could not pretend to be deaf and mute. Thinking of the scale of the earthquake, the system felt much more at ease. It could guess what Jiang Pingji wanted to say. "Host, do you want to use popularity points to exchange for food? Since the streamer's streaming room has been upgraded to level 4, the exchange section can be opened. If you want to exchange for food, you can do it now." Ha! Greedy guy. Jiang Pingji lowered her eyes and hid the disdain in the depths of her eyes. She had not relented in the past, so how could she relent now? Apart from the 23 million popularity points she had accumulated, the remaining 33 million points in her back-end point account were the rewards from the livestream viewers for the earthquake. This figure was under the premise that the system had already divided half of the points. In other words, since the earthquake, the livestream viewers had gathered at least 66 million points. Jiang Pingji had tested the viewers before and knew the approximate prices on their side. 1 yuan of rewards was equivalent to 1 popularity point. The exchange rate given by the system was 10,000 points for 100 kilograms of food. What did that mean? It meant that 10,000 yuan could buy 100 kilograms of rice. The price of rice on the livestream side was different. The most common 20 kilograms of hardcover rice was about 50 yuan. Calculating the above ratio, it was obvious how black-hearted the system was. If it was under normal circumstances, Jiang Pingji could pretend to be blind and let the system embezzle her points for profit, considering that the system was still useful. Pigs could only be slaughtered after they were fattened. However, the rewards were used for disaster relief. Jiang Pingji had to keep her promise to the livestream viewers. Therefore, she could make a deal with the system, but the ratio had to be adjusted. Don't you think you're looting a burning house with 10,000 points for 50 kilograms of food? Jiang Pingji's mouth twitched. However, the system said, a transaction is a matter of mutual consent. How can you say that you're taking advantage of the situation? Jiang Pingji secretly twitched the corner of her mouth. She hadn't taught the system a lesson for the past few days, so it was getting cocky, wasn't it? She guessed that the system thought that she could only choose to trade with it if she wanted to exchange for food. That was why it was so stubborn. Jiang Pingji clicked her tongue and intertwined her fingers together in boredom, as if she was absent-mindedly in a daze. Can't the ratio be adjusted? She asked. The system replied, no, this is the ratio that has been set since the beginning of production. Neither the host nor the system has the right to change it. Jiang Pingji heaved a long sigh in her heart. Some people always had the appearance of villains intoxicated by success. After suffering a calamity, they still refused to give up until they saw the Yellow River. It was really annoying. She did not continue to negotiate with the system. Her right index finger swiped through the air and pulled out her own attributes. The attributes panel became longer and longer, and the classification of various data became more detailed. Her gaze skipped over the meaningless content and directly locked onto basic strength, 51 points, strength fusion plus 67 points. When she left Shangjing with Master Yuanjing, she had fused her strength points once, and the system had also upgraded once. After that, she stayed in Langyi for half a year and did many trivial tasks and boring live broadcasts. She fused her strength points again, and the system also, coincidentally, upgraded. After about half an hour, the system took the initiative to ask, host, do you want to exchange for food? Do you think I should exchange for food? She asked with a smile, but there was not a trace of emotion in her eyes. There was still 1,000-year-old ice condensed in her eyes. The system hesitated for a while and replied, according to the back-end calculation data of the system, it is recommended to exchange for food. The earthquake this time had a magnitude of 7.8, and there have been 5 aftershocks. In Shangjing alone, the death toll is more than 30,000. Don't underestimate 30,000. There were about 120,000 ordinary people in Shangjing. Including the 100,000 Imperial Guards stationed there, there were about 220,000 people. Most of the Imperial Guards lived in military camps, so there were not many casualties after the earthquake. In other words, without counting the number of Imperial Guards, the death rate of the ordinary people in Shangjing had reached a quarter. This was only the confirmed dead. The number of people buried under the ruins who were still breathing was even greater. The system displayed the data, clearly telling Jiang Pingji that if she wanted to be a saint, she should not be distressed about the points. If she was distressed about the points, she should not continue to talk. So what if it took advantage of the situation? If she was unhappy, she could not exchange for food. It was not its fault that people died. Anyway, it had nothing to do with it. Hearing the implied meaning of the system, Jiang Pingji did not become angry from embarrassment. Instead, she revealed an inscrutable expression. The system thought that Jiang Pingji would admit defeat in the end, but not long after, it realized that something was wrong. She was too calm. Could it be that it could not hold it in? Jiang Pingji seemed to be talking about family matters. System, we have been bound for 3 to 4 years, but I don't think I have properly introduced myself. The system felt a little uncomfortable, but it could not tell what was wrong. It could only ask, didn't you introduce yourself? A long time ago, Jiang Pingji did not have a good relationship with the audience in the live streaming room. In order to diss the audience, she had introduced her background. I did introduce myself, but it was not comprehensive. Jiang Pingji seemed to have moved the topic away from exchanging for food, but the system became more and more uncomfortable. She said, now that I think about it, I should seriously introduce myself again. Name, Jiang Pingji. Occupation, Federal General. Gender, female. She is the commander of the 7th Army Corps. She holds 1/10 of the real power in the Federation. I know all this. The system looked patient, but in fact, it was already impatient. A hero does not boast about his past achievements. No, I haven't finished, Jiang Pingji said. There is a rigid requirement for the commander of the army. The system said casually, what the hell is the requirement? The development of the mental brain must reach at least the SSS level, Jiang Pingji replied calmly. However, to the system, this answer was tantamount to a sudden clap of thunder. It was as if a bomb had blown up its brain. The system did not respond. Jiang Pingji said again, scientists use scientific standards to classify the mental brain. From the lowest F to the highest SSS, there are a total of 21 levels. Every time one advances a level, the mental brain will be qualitatively improved. The higher the level, it does not mean that the IQ is higher, nor does it mean that the development of the brain is higher. It only means that the mental energy is higher. Why are you running? Before she finished speaking, a small source of energy seemed to be peeling from her brain. A pure mental strength firmly imprisoned it. Chapter 379. Jiang Pingji curled her lips mockingly and said, I haven't finished speaking. You're not giving me face at all. The system was silent. If it did not escape now, was it going to wait for death? If it was in a perfect state, of course, it would not be afraid of her. It was as if everyone's mental and brain domain was not 3S. If the mental and brain domain were to fight, no one would have an advantage if they fought with their lives on the line. However, the current itself could not be Jiang Pingji's opponent at all. Tisk, why do you think this is necessary? Jiang Pingji said in disdain. Her intertwined fingers returned to a state of interlocking. She still had a shrewd and confident look. I've already retreated again and again. I can't stand you courting death again and again. This time, you've really stepped on my bottom line. The system was silent. It tried to break through the mental confinement, but Jiang Pingji did not give it a chance to do so. After trying several times, not only did it not cause any damage to the mental confinement, but it also consumed a lot of energy. The system was too lazy to try anymore. It questioned Jiang Pingji coldly, from the beginning to the end, did you do it on purpose? Have you been fooling me for the past few years? You're too stupid and your IQ is too low, yet you want to blame society. Jiang Pingji rolled her eyelids impatiently and rewarded it with a roll of her eyes. If this time you had a discussion with me about the exchange rate and stepped on my bottom line, I wouldn't have shed all pretense of cordiality. The system was like a sheep. Every once in a while, it would keep on shedding some wool. Apart from that, it was indeed a little stupid, but it was easier to deal with such a stupid enemy in the open than hiding in the dark. When did you start to doubt me? The system had always known that Jiang Pingji did not have a good relationship with it. She even suspected it a few times, but the system did not care. It had been through so many hosts and had seen all kinds of people. There were many who were suspicious of it and guarded against it, just like Jiang Pingji. However, people's hearts were made of flesh. After a few years of getting along, which host would not trust it wholeheartedly? Therefore, with so many hosts as a lesson, the system changed its response to Jiang Pingji a little. To be more vulgar, it would advance when the enemy advanced and retreat when the enemy retreated. It would maintain a distance that was neither too far nor too close and use time to slowly wear away the alienation between the two. However, the tried and tested method did not work on her. Only now did he understand that the other party had never trusted him and had even watched his passionate performance as if he was watching a play. Ever since you forced me to be reborn, I've hated it when people make decisions without asking for my opinion. The system was unconvinced. I gave you a new life. Ungrateful. Who do you think you are? Does he have the right to show kindness to me? Who would want it? Jiang Pingji did not even bother to lift her eyelids. This was like throwing a modern Xingyin, the richest man in the world, into a prehistoric era where there was nothing. It was already good enough that he did not bear a grudge, yet he still hoped that the other party would be deeply grateful. If the other party was not grateful and did not trust him, then he was an ingrate. How could he be so thick-skinned? Although you're shameless, ambitious, and greedy, I have to admit that you're still somewhat useful. Jiang Pingji said, if it weren't for your help, my mental brain wouldn't have recovered so quickly. So, to prove that I'm not an ungrateful person, I'll take care of you. Don't worry. If the system's expression could be instantiated, it would probably be livid. I'd rather be killed than humiliated. If you have the guts, kill me and get rid of future troubles. Otherwise, I'll have an eye for an eye. As the system's dignity and pride, how could it tolerate being trampled on by a lowly human? I'm a woman, I have no guts. Only a fool would kill you. Do you think my IQ is as low as yours? The system almost choked to death. It could not self-destruct because in Jiang Pingji's mental brain, she was God. It also could not escape. It was no match for her in a mental confrontation. It could not break through the mental shackles. Saying more would make it cry. Jiang Pingji laughed and hummed a light song. She reopened the system interface. For the former commander of the Federal Army, this kind of manual operation was nothing at all. All along, it had been its virtual consciousness that talked to Jiang Pingji. Strictly speaking, the so-called system was actually a virtual creature that was composed of its virtual consciousness and basic mechanical data. The basic mechanical data was the cold body, and its virtual consciousness gave the data consciousness. The body of the former was data, and the latter was the data consciousness born from the soil of data. The two were combined to form a virtual creature. In Jiang Pingji's era, interstellar science was already highly developed. The Federation's main brain was the first virtual creature. As a commander whose words carried weight, she did not read the confidential documents for nothing. Her fingers slid gently, and a very simple operation interface popped up. If the virtual market that the system showed her before was a giant interstellar supermarket, then what she saw now was a school canteen. Not only had the items changed, but the prices and exchange data had also changed. The interface data that the system showed her were all photoshopped. There were tens of thousands of pages of rice categories, but in reality, there was only one page. The price of rice was also very low. Even if the cross-dimensional transportation fee was included, the price was still cheaper than the hardcover rice in the streaming room. TISK, TSK. 10,000 points for 50 kilograms of food. Why don't you go to heaven? Even a profiteer would not be so black-hearted. Jiang Pingji looked through the system's contents in disgust. Her mind was carrying out complex data calculations and speculations. She raised her hand to search for medicinal herbs. There were more than 100 types, all of which were low-aged, common quality, and common types of medicinal herbs. As for the 1,000-year-old and 100-year-old ginseng, glossy ganoderma, iceberg snow lotus, there was no trace of them at all. She then searched for the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting skill books that the system had enthusiastically recommended. The price had been reduced by 10 times. After clicking on each book, there was an additional large section of instruction manual on the introduction page. Jiang Pingji's stomach churned when she read it, and she almost vomited from disgust. Zither skills, advanced level, price, 100,000 points of popularity. Description: this skill has been refined by the 3rd generation host XXX, the 5th generation host YYY, the 6th generation host ZZZ. It has already reached the advanced level. After buying the skill book, one can obtain the soul fragments of several predecessors after learning it. One can learn it quickly. The first part was all nonsense, and the last part was the most horrifying. System, you were so good to your previous hosts. You exploited them when they were alive, made them work for free, and finally took back their souls to recycle and make use of them to create the so-called accelerated skill book. You really made the best use of everything. Jiang Pingji had just crossed over and it was difficult for her to write with a brush, so the system recommended this skill book to her. At that time, she did not trust the system. She did not care for such accelerated things, so she rejected it. Now that she looked back, her rejection was brilliant. The so-called accelerated skill book was nothing more than forcefully absorbing the soul fragments of an unknown number of people to achieve the accelerated effect. These soul fragments were all the soul fragments of the previous hosts of the system, and they were controlled by the system. Chapter 380. In the face of Jiang Pingji's reprimand, the system looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. It could not self-destruct or escape now. It could only hope to anger Jiang Pingji and make her destroy it. It had to admit that it had underestimated her. It had taken Jiang Pingji lightly because she was a lowly ant. If Jiang Pingji saw through its thoughts and said faintly, "This mental brain domain is your cage. When I catch your main body, I'll deal with all of you together. If I deal with you now, won't I alert the enemy?" Even if the system was just a virtual consciousness, it was frightened when it heard her say that. Are you stupid? Since my mental brain domain is at level 3S, do you think I can't see that your mental brain domain is abnormal? The system was speechless when it heard that. It was suddenly speechless. It had indeed sliced itself into two. The main body had most of the energy and abilities, and the part that was separated copied the incomplete data of the main body, forming another, palace intrigue streaming system, which was the self that was attached to Jiang Pingji. If I kill you, your main body will detect it immediately. This will alert the enemy. If I let you escape, the main body and the split body will merge, and the level of the mental brain domain will be the same as mine. Won't I create a strong enemy for no reason? Jiang Pingji did not understand. Who gave the system the confidence to think that she could not see through such childish tricks? You, be good and stay in the prison. I will feed you energy regularly. I guarantee that you won't starve to death or be full. After saying that, she cut off the channel of consciousness transmission from the system to the outside and isolated its noise. In an instant, she felt that the whole world was different. Her ears were completely quiet. Her battle with the system only took less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense. In the eyes of the audience in the streaming room, she was just distracted. Even though she did not have the assistance of the system and had to operate it manually, it was much safer without the hidden dangers of the system. At that moment, she realized that many functions in the background of the streaming room were grayed out. Jiang Pingji clicked her tongue and brought up more detailed background data. With a glance, the system changed the initial data and set the sensitive words to completely prevent the possibility of the big shots from the other dimension finding her. If the audience made a forbidden comment, they would be kicked out immediately and their IP would be blocked. Therefore, Jiang Pingji could only meet the audience who were watching the show. Jiang Pingji couldn't see the content because of the system's concealment. Unfortunately, even if she imprisoned the system's consciousness, she did not have the authority to change the back-end data. In other words, the live stream would remain the same in the future, unable to level up, unable to update data, a severely emasculated version of the streaming room. TSK, Jiang Pingji felt disgusted. However, as long as the live broadcast room was still there, she could still see the audience, and she could still exchange for the rice that she needed at the mall. That was enough. He comforted himself in this way, but he still felt a little unhappy. However, his displeasure soon dissipated into thin air. Pfft, awesome. Jiang Pingji looked at the popularity points backstage. The total was 111 million. She quickly looked through the back-end data and finally understood where the tens of millions of popularity points had come from. Jiang Pingji put the system's consciousness under house arrest, and the points in its account were directly transferred to her back-end account. The ultimate reason for the system's attachment to her was unknown, but it had a very clear goal: to exploit the popularity points in a variety of ways. Every time it leveled up, the system would take the opportunity to transport the exploited popularity points to the main body. Of course, under Jiang Pingji's deliberate obstruction, the popularity points it could send to the main body were very few. Most of them were saved up by the system through hard work and frugality. The audience in the live stream enthusiastically rewarded the earthquake, and the system received half of the popularity points. They were all newly obtained, and they were still warm. The system did not have time to be secretly happy. It courted death and stepped on Jiang Pingji's bottom line. Both parties shed all pretenses of cordiality, and it was unfortunately placed under house arrest. In the end, the popularity points that the system had accumulated during this period all went into Jiang Pingji's pocket. At that moment, Inyang Kuaixian, streamer, are you feeling unwell? Lu Siji Lianming, do you think the streamer is possessed? She was motionless from the beginning, and then she suddenly gestured at the air. Now she's smiling happily for no reason. Of course, maybe the wound on her back affected her brain. Jiang Pingji came back to her senses, and her expression became much gentler. She replied to the audience who were waiting anxiously. Host V, ahem, I'm sorry for making everyone wait. I just negotiated with the person in charge of the live stream. Because it's related to confidential issues, it's inconvenient to reveal too much. However, after my argument, the other party is willing to temporarily open a channel to another agricultural dimension. You can use rewards to exchange for an equivalent amount of food and medicinal herbs. However, in order not to affect the dimension, according to the rules between dimensions, the variety of items that can be exchanged is limited. The bullet screen this time was probably the most words that Jiang Pingji had ever spoken in one go. When the audience in the live stream heard the news, they were instantly excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Inyang Kuaixian, damn, the streamer is actually an employee of the legendary mid-dimension streaming company. Just like what's written in novels. Waha, just listening to the streamer's words, I feel that it's very high-end and imposing. Motorola, oh my god, is there a streamer like the streamer? The audience in the live stream room had their imaginations run wild. They asked all kinds of questions, and Jiang Pingji replied to them all. Host V, I'm not an employee of any dimensional streaming company. I'm just an unlucky person who wandered in time and space. I was temporarily entrusted by someone to help support others. At first, I really didn't like live streaming. I still don't like live streaming after a few years, but I like you guys very much and I like the feeling of chatting with you guys live. As for whether there are other streamers, I'm not sure. So far, I only know that I'm one. After a brief chat, the audience in the live stream room slowly accepted this bitter truth. Yueja Zhuge Qinmo, streamer, the earthquake this time requires so many disaster relief materials and takes up a lot of space. How are you going to explain to outsiders where they came from? If you don't explain well, I feel that your friends around you will be suspicious. Being a dumb teammate had its advantages. You were full of flaws, and blind dumb teammates might not even notice that something was wrong. It was different to have a godly teammate. People who were too smart were not easy to deal with. Once they became suspicious, it would not be easy to dispel their suspicions. Jiang Pengji had naturally considered this problem. Host V, don't worry, sit and watch my performance. If I can't fool them, consider it my loss. Seeing this comment, for some reason, many viewers suddenly began to feel sorry for Su Ku and Feng Jin. She got up and flicked the dust off her hem. Chapter 381. Wei Jingxian was extremely sleepy. Her eyelids were heavy as if they were filled with lead water. Husband, in a daze, she found that there was a breath beside her. The alarm in her mind rang. She tried hard to open her eyes to see who that person was. The figure turned from blurry to clear. It turned out to be her husband, Feng Jin. Sleep first. I'll look at Chongqing for a while. Feng Jin raised his hand to stop her from getting up. He pinched the corner of the quilt to prevent her from catching a cold. Husband, did you encounter a problem? Why are you frowning? Wei Jingxian turned to look at her daughter who was sleeping beside her. The newborn child's face was red and wrinkled. She was not good-looking. However, the midwife who had seen her said that she was very beautiful. After a few days, her face would be white and tender. She would look beautiful. Just now, I promised to help Lanting. Feng Jin could not help but bend his fingers to touch the child's face. The soft touch made his heart palpitate. He was even more determined in his heart. Wei Jingxian did not understand. Was it not normal for friends to help each other? However, her husband's expression clearly told her that this help might have another meaning. The earth is turning upside down, the country is unstable. The government has the intention to move the capital to another place, abandoning the people. Wei Jingxian frowned. When she heard the second half of the sentence, she could not help but tighten her grip under the quilt. Although she was a woman in the inner courtyard, she was born in an aristocratic family. Feng Jin often talked with her, so her knowledge was not comparable to that of ordinary women. Move the capital. She opened her eyes wide, and her sleepiness was gone. If so, do you have any plans? You have just given birth and Chongqing is still young. Both of you can't stand the turbulence. Naturally, it is better to be safe. Don't worry, I will arrange everything. Jingxian only needs to take care of her body slowly. Only when you and your daughter are healthy will my plan be worthwhile. Wei Jingxian stretched her right hand out of the quilt and held his hand on his knee. Feng Jin held it back and said gently, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." At this time, Chongqing, who was still sleeping soundly, moved her little fist on the side of her head. Feng Jin saw this and the smile on his face became brighter. "Yes, father forgot to count you in." He poked the little guy's clenched fist with his finger. The little guy frowned in disdain. Don't disturb her. If she wakes up and cries, you'll have to serve her. Wei Jingxian glared at him angrily. Even the corners of her eyes carried a mature charm. Feng Jin felt a little more relaxed. Even the booklet in his sleeve did not burn his hand. He knew that once this memorial reached the heavens, he, Feng Huayu, would be tied to Lu Shi for the rest of his life. The young lady of the Feng clan has always been strong-willed. As he spoke, he couldn't help but poke his daughter's clenched fist. Miss Sai, looking at her daughter's sleeping face, Wei Jingxian suddenly understood what her mother had said before she got married. To raise a son for 100 years is to worry for 99. This world was becoming harsher and harsher for women. It was hard to survive. Who knew what would happen in another 10 years? What is Jingxian thinking about? Wei Jingxian recalled, I'm thinking about what happened before I got married. Why don't you tell me? It's not very interesting. Wei Jingxian said, when I was young, I could ride a horse on the street. But when I grew older, I had to stay in the boudoir. I had to practice calligraphy every day and had less time to play outside. A while ago, I received a letter from a friend in the boudoir. I heard her complain. I couldn't help but worry. Would Chongqing not be able to leave the house in another 10 years? She would even be criticized when she goes out. Feng Jin's attention was attracted by her words. He temporarily put aside the matter of the booklet. What do you mean? Wei Jingxian said, the Empress of Zhongzhou is brilliant in literature and has a great ambition to enlighten all the women in the world. These years of painstaking study, she has written 4 books in succession, namely, Women's Commandments, Women's Internal Instructions, Women's Analects, and Women's Exemplary Records. These 4 books are highly regarded by the Confucian scholars of Zhongzhou and a large number of students. They are also known as the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women. They are popular in Zhongzhou and sought after by the noble ladies of the gentry. Now, even the noble ladies of Hejin County have a copy. These books were obviously read by women. Feng Jin naturally wouldn't touch them. He said suspiciously, they are written by the virtuous Empress and are highly regarded by the Confucian scholars. I think they are good reading materials. Why is Jingxian a little unhappy? It was hard to say about other things, but that Women's Analects dared to use the 2 words Analects in it. It should be very solid. In the future, I will buy a few books for Chongqing to read as enlightenment reading materials. Feng Jin thought to himself. Then, he realized that Jingxian was looking at him strangely. Have you read these 4 books? Wei Jingxian looked at her daughter and then at her husband. This was not a joke. I've never heard of them. Why would he read women's boudoir books? He wasn't a pervert. Then it's better for you to take some time to read them. Wei Jingxian thought of Sheng Wanwan's tearful complaints to her and her heart ached. She was the favored daughter of the Shengwan family, but now she was being treated like this. She couldn't help but sigh. Feng Jin's heart tightened. He had a vague sense of foreboding, but he still remembered what she said. The couple talked for a while in the tent until Wei Jingxian was exhausted and fell asleep. Only then did he lift the curtain of the tent and leave. He carefully closed the curtains to prevent the cold wind from blowing in. Feng Ju shouted, "Second brother. Do you have an idea about what happened previously?" Feng Jin's eyes flashed and he said, "I've made up my mind." "What about you?" Although Feng Ju was a 16-year-old boy, he was only a high school student in the era of the live streaming room. But in this era, he was already a man who could bear the rise and fall of a family. As his elder brother, Feng Jin had no right to interfere with his choice and ambition. The 2 brothers might not be on the same path anymore. "I'm all alone now. I have no family to tie me down, so I want to go out and fight and see the world." After saying that, Fengju looked away unnaturally, not daring to meet his elder brother's eyes. Fengjin said, "You want to look for Huang Song?" This was not a question, but a statement. Yes. Fengju nodded. A gentleman hides his weapon and waits for the right time. That's all I have to say. Fengjin was worried about Huang Song, but his younger brother was stubborn and he could not control him. Then, what about you? Fengju secretly heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Fengjin. Your sister-in-law and niece should not be tired from the long journey. They will stay in Shangjing for the time being and observe the situation, Fengjin said in a low voice. Lanting has the ambition to save the world and the people. He can't bear to see the people destitute and homeless. He plans to petition for the welfare of the people who died in the earthquake. After hearing this, Fengju did not come back to his senses for a long time. Did his elder brother mean that he planned to stay and help Lu Shi? Didn't his elder brother say that Lu Shi did not have that ambition? He wanted to ask more, but when he saw his elder brother's pale and tired face, Fengju swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. As they were talking, the main character, Jiang Pingji, arrived. Have you finished writing the memorial? Yes. Take a look at what's wrong. Fengjin took out the memorial from his sleeve and handed it to her. Jiang Pingji took it and looked at it carefully. She said, "Huayu, I naturally trust your literary talent." When she finished reading, she raised her head and looked at Fengjin. He was also staring at her silently. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.